Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 3 of From Thug to Idol, Transmigrating to a Survival Show. Let's dive into the video. June wanted to applaud the Rising Stars production team. Azure once again proved themselves to be the evil editing kings. The statements that June originally said were, "You don't have to be perfect. If you really think about it, nobody actually cares about you at all. We're all too focused on ourselves to give a damn about other people. And we all fear that, Zeth. You're not special. Of course, it's all right to feel down every once in a while. That's normal. It's just the wheel of life." And the reason why he stormed off in the end was because he had to take a huge dump. He couldn't even get mad since it was seamlessly edited. June could already see the comments rushing in on the side of the video. What the fuck? Who is he to tell our Zeth that he's not special? That masked bitch is getting courageous just because he gained a petty number of fans. Get off your high horse. Zeth is the best. June is jealous of Zeth. I bet it's June's fault why they were being scolded in the teaser. Fuck you, June. And just like that, the live stream ended. The 5 boys were stunned to silence as the episode ended. They were no strangers to the evil editing scheme. Even Jae-young, when he didn't pick Akira for the first mission, was a victim of it. And in this episode, Rin was also subjected to some kind of evil editing. However, June's was probably the worst one of them all. Did you actually say that? Jae-sung asked, concern laced in his voice. Well, it came out of my mouth, June said. But I didn't say it that way. Those evil bastards, Akira said. They're going to make us wait another week to clear up the misunderstanding? June clicked his tongue. Out of everyone in the show, why would he be the biggest victim of the evil editing scheme? What are we going to do, big brother? Jang-moon asked, squeezing June's arm. We can't do anything right now, June said. Do you want to do a naval live? CJ asked. We're not forbidden to communicate with our fans online anymore. Yeah, Jae-young said. But we're not allowed to give spoilers about the show. Do you want to take one for the team and explain June's situation? Let's just wait it out, June said. But you're going to be the subject of hate for the next week, Jae-sung said. It's all right, June shrugged. He was used to it already. What's the worst thing that could happen, he added. Something worse happened. June would have never said those words if this was going to be the consequence. As soon as he woke up, he was bombarded with texts and phone calls. It was a rainy morning, and the gloomy atmosphere instantly put June in a shitty mood. He hated the cold. Geht the Testfels on no/v/elben.c/om. His sleep was yet again interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. June checked the time and saw it was still 7 in the morning. June groaned in annoyance. Those 4 kids left the house around midnight, and despite June's assurance that he didn't need anyone to comfort him, they still stayed and made a big deal out of the situation. His phone continued ringing, so he reluctantly answered. What? He snapped, his eyes still closed. Bro, Jae-sung said through the phone, his voice filled with anxiety. What happened? June asked, finally sitting up. Have you seen Naval yet? No, June grumbled. I just woke up. Check it out now, brother. It's bad. Since June recognized the urgency in his voice, he quickly opened Naval. Did last night's episode make that big of an impact that he'd be trending on Naval? Fortunately, he didn't have to search long and hard because as soon as he opened the app, he saw his face on the very front page. It was trending #1 in South Korea with over 100,000 topics. June quickly clicked on the trend and scrolled through the topics. Controversy unveiled, Rising Stars trainee June faces accusations of bullying from fellow contestants. Masked Kitty Doll was a Phoenix trainee? Not only that, but he's a bully, too? The headlines weren't really explaining the situation, so June opened one of them to read. Exposing the face behind the mask, Rising Stars June is a bully? In a surprising turn of events, what was intended to be a casual chat with fans on Naval Live took a dramatic shift as Idol trainees Alex and Hyunwoo, well-known figures from Phoenix Entertainment, used the platform to expose fellow contestant June. The incident has ignited a heated controversy within the Idol survival program Rising Stars. During the live stream last night, the two trainees were asked by fans if there were any trainees they didn't particularly like. Their response, marked by an unexpected burst of laughter, took viewers by surprise. The atmosphere quickly turned tense as they proceeded to reveal alleged negative aspects of June's past. According to Alex and Hyunwoo's account, June had previously been associated with Phoenix Entertainment as a trainee. However, they claimed that his actions had led to them missing out on opportunities, including a chance to debut. The revelations took a more disturbing turn as they accused June of being responsible for a teammate's departure from the company, further hinting at strained relationships within the organization. June, who had garnered significant popularity among viewers, described as the masked trainee and Black Kitty Idol, kept his identity concealed for the majority of the show. His charismatic performances and charming personality had earned him a strong fan base. The exposure video has generated mixed reactions from fans and the general public alike. Many expressed their disappointment and shock at the allegations made by Alex and Hyunwoo. Moreover, following last night's episode, where a cryptic preview of June's conversation with first-ranked trainee Zeth was shown, many viewers are starting to believe that June is, indeed, evil behind the mask. Stay tuned for more updates. June let out a cold chuckle as he finished reading the news article. So, it has started, huh? Amidst thinking of his next course of action, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Missions have been reset. Here are your new missions. 1. Post a selfie on your SNS account. Gain over 100,000 interactions. 2. Kick someone out of the competition. As usual, Fu always has great timing. These new missions were just adding up to June's frustrations. Posting a selfie? That would just get him murdered on the streets. He was already being murdered online by Zeth's dedicated fans, the Phoenix's trainees' enthusiastic fangirls, casual viewers, and people who just love to hate on others. And kick someone out of the show? At this point, he'll be the one kicked out if nothing changes. June sighed in frustration as he raked his hands through his hair, leaving it a mess. And just then, he received another text. Pay your rent this month, the monster texted. Great, the landlady has the same perfect timing as Fu. June leaned against the counter of the convenience store, absent-mindedly scanning the shelves while his thoughts swirled in a whirlwind of frustration. The flickering fluorescent lights cast a pale glow over the rows of snacks and drinks, creating an eerie ambience. Thankfully, Mr. Chung gave him another opportunity to work at his store while June was on a break. However, June felt like he wasn't on a break at all. Last night's accusations hung heavy on his mind. Accused of bullying those two hooligans? June couldn't believe it. He clenched his jaw, the muscles in his arms tensing. He grabbed a pack of instant noodles from the shelf and tossed it into his basket with a little more force than necessary. June's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the bell above the entrance chimed, announcing a new arrival. He looked up nonchalantly as he saw a familiar face walking into the store. Hannah. The girl whose money he returned and the same girl on the soju bottle. Hey! She exclaimed, her eyes brightening when she saw the familiar worker. June sighed quietly and went behind the counter. What do you want? He asked in a rough voice, still feeling frustrated with what was happening. Hannah chuckled, amused. Ever since she met the blunt worker in the convenience store, she went almost every week in hopes of meeting him again. She didn't know what drew her into such a cold person, but it just felt refreshing not to be perceived as a famous celebrity. Fame sometimes gets tiring, you know? Are you a student or something? Hannah asked, obviously intrigued. You only work here from time to time. June sighed. Only his eyes were seen, so the annoyance wasn't as evident in his face. Something like that, June responded. Then, he impatiently tapped his fingers on the counter. Are you buying anything? He couldn't believe he was turning into that part-timer in the convenience store near Azure, but he couldn't help it. He really wasn't in the mood. Hannah smiled and grabbed a pack of gum. Just this, she said. June quickly rang the item and gave it to Hannah. Are you working here tomorrow? Hannah asked, leaning against the counter. No, June deadpanned. Hannah smiled. Got it. See you tomorrow, she exclaimed as she left the convenience store. June sighed and shook his head. Is he a people magnet or something? Why are people so adamant about meeting him when he's done nothing but push them away? And speaking of people he didn't want to see, Jisung, CJ, Jangmoon, and Akira entered the store with concerned looks on their faces. Big brother! Jangmoon screamed, jumping up the counter to hug June and inspect his features. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He dramatically asked. June clicked his tongue and pushed him away. I didn't get into an accident, June said. Although, that would honestly be better. Akira sat on the counter while Jisung stood next to him. CJ proceeded to snack on a discarded bag of chips while Jangmoon kept clinging to him. I'm starting to believe that June is a black cat in his past life. You're lucky and unlucky all at the same time, Akira chuckled. CJ nodded. Tell me about it. He always gets himself into shitty situations, but he somehow gets through them in the end. I'm sure you'll get through this one too. It's not like you really trained at Phoenix, right? CJ chuckled. T/his chapter is up.d by NVEL, bin.co/m. True, Jangmoon chimed. However, June remained silent, causing the four to look at him with inquiry. Wait, Akira awkwardly chuckled. Don't tell me. I did, June said, looking into their eyes. I trained at Phoenix. What? They exclaimed. How many years? CJ asked. 7, June responded, causing their eyes to bulge out of their sockets. Holy shit, Akira cursed. Then, are you part of the ancient trainees that CJ was talking about? June shrugged. How could you be so nonchalant about this? CJ asked, leaning over the counter to shake June's body. Then, are you saying you're the 4th trainee in my story? The one that was kicked out because of the bullying scandal? Then, that also means that what Alex and Hyunwoo are saying is all true? Jangmoon asked. Their chances of debuting were halted because of you? Did you do something when you trained at Phoenix? Or maybe it's all just a big misunderstanding? Jisung bit his lip in anxiousness while the others urged him to respond. That was the point. June would be able to prove that he isn't a bully if he knew what truly happened. However, the truth was, I don't know. The other 4 were stunned to silence. Jangmoon took a step back, seemingly wary of June's presence. The others' expressions weren't any different, they all looked suspicious of June. June sighed in frustration. Look, he started. I don't know what truly happened. I can't fully refute what Alex and Hyunwoo said because I genuinely don't know. But one thing's certain, those 2 aren't good people. I'm not asking you to believe me or anything like that, but I think you can judge my character. You guys tell me if I'm really capable of doing something like that. His friends didn't speak for a while, then Jang-moon slowly scooted over to him, capturing him into a warm hug. Sorry, big brother, Jang-moon said. I just got scared. But now that I think about it, I don't think you're capable of doing any of that. Yeah, Jisung quickly nodded. You're a good person, brother. You're right when you said that Alex and Hyunwoo were not good people. I met them once before Rising Stars, and they were laughing at a disabled trainee, telling him he wouldn't debut because of his disability. Akira frowned. And they have the audacity to accuse someone else of bullying, he scoffed. Don't worry, June. We're with you. We'll help you prove your innocence. June sighed. Thanks, he muttered, not expecting their support. Of course, CJ said, patting his back. Who else would have your back, brother? We're with you until the end. Before the airing of the 6th episode, let's all prove your innocence, he exclaimed. Let's name it, Mission Fluffernutter, busting the nutty case of June's innocence. That's a shit name, Akira retorted. What the fuck is a fluffernutter? And did you just say that June will bust a nut? I kinda want to see that, Jang-moon said. Ayo? Jisung exclaimed. Shut up, CJ said. It's not like you can come up with a better name. You like it, right, June? No, June deadpanned. I thought so, CJ smiled. So, let's get down to business. How are we going to do this? As Jisung, CJ, Jang-moon, and Akira gathered around June, the convenience store suddenly became a hub of absurd suggestions. CJ waved his arms dramatically, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. I say we challenge them to a dance-off. Show them we can't be bullied on the dance floor. Jang-moon raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Dance-off? Are we in a cheesy 80s movie? Jang-moon leaned in, his voice conspiratorial. What if we hire a team of trained pigeons to fly in formation spelling June is innocent? Akira couldn't help but chuckle at the sheer absurdity of the idea. Yeah, because nothing says innocence like pigeons with banners. Jisung, always the emotional optimist, clapped his hands together. I've got it! We'll write a heartfelt ballad about the injustice of the situation and perform it on Naval Live. Akira tilted his head, a bemused smile on his lips. You want us to become singing activists now? You guys are hopeless, June said, massaging his nose bridge. Akira chuckled, patting June's back. I think the best thing we can do is find more information about what really happened. Are you sure you don't remember what happened? I blurted out, June said, not giving anything away. It must have been a traumatizing time. It seemed like they were convinced since they stopped asking more questions. All right, CJ said. Then, do you know anyone from back then that could help you remember the past? No, June bluntly said. I don't have anything right now. A collective sigh was heard in the store, and CJ slumped on the counter. Then, I also don't know how to start, he said. He saw a glimpse of the sparkling green bottle and quickly grabbed it. Why don't we drink it out? I'm down, Jang-moon said. But is there a different brand of soju around here? The actress on this bottle just turns out to be a part of our enemy. Well, she used to be a part of them, but her blood is still running with their genes. June frowned, grabbing the bottle from CJ's hand. It was none other than Hannah, the woman he met 2 times already. Hannah? June asked. She's an actress? The 4 of them looked at June like he had grown 3 heads. FIDDEUPTS on NOV/E/Ellen.com. No, the circus clown, Akira chuckled. Yes, the actress. How could you know her name but not her profession? June shrugged. I don't know. I thought she was just a soju model since she strolls around here from time to time. Again, he didn't gain a response from the group of guys. What? June asked. It's official, Jang-moon chuckled in disbelief. You've lost it, brother. Hannah Lim is an A-list celebrity. Why would she be lingering in a place like this? It's true, June said. She even came around this morning and talked to me. They all huddled over in laughter, tears streaming down their faces. All right. Don't get too ahead of yourself now, big brother, Jang-moon said, slapping his knees. We know that you're handsome, but someone like Hannah Lim wouldn't even look our way. June tiredly sighed. Fine. Believe what you want to believe. But why did CJ say that Hannah has the enemy's blood? You're clueless, CJ said. And you want us to believe that you've actually met her? Just tell me. Before Hannah Lim became an actress, she trained as an idol in Phoenix. After a long day of work, Hannah finally plopped down on her soft couch in her luxurious apartment. Hannah was wearing worn-out shorts, a freebie oversized shirt, and thick reading glasses. Her underwear was worn out too. Argue all you want, but new underwear sucks ass. A smile grew on her face as her mind lingered on the encounter at the convenience store. The young man, who looked cute and rebellious at the same time, continued to treat her with a nonchalant attitude. It was refreshing to meet someone who didn't recognize her as the famous actress she was. Hannah didn't know why she felt so drawn to the worker, whose name she didn't even know. However, before she even knew it, she found herself going back to the convenience store from time to time, hoping to meet him once again. Aside from that, the convenience store sold goods for a much lower price than the supermarket. Then, her mind strayed to the person from her past, the one she was reminded of when she spoke to the convenience store guy for the first time, the person who brought profound sadness whenever she thought about him. It was strange. The two of them were so different. But Hannah could sense the genuineness in their attitudes. She tried to shake off those thoughts since she hadn't seen him in a long time. Today was supposed to be her escape from the relentless world of fame and unending work. She was currently filming a period drama, and it had been the most exhausting filming process she had ever done. This week was a rare chance for her to relax and do what she wanted before she got enslaved by the demanding filming schedule, so she wanted to make the most of it. While popping greasy chips in her mouth, she turned on the TV and scrolled through countless channels. However, much to her disappointment, nothing seemed to be appealing to watch. A cake bake-off, but with kids. A modeling competition, but with kids. A zombie simulation movie, starred by kids. Hannah sighed in frustration since all of them somehow involved kids. Sighing, Hannah picked up the remote and began scrolling through the channels she usually didn't watch. She hesitated when she reached a channel that typically featured idol-related shows, Azure. Since leaving Phoenix and retiring from being an idol trainee herself, she had purposely distanced herself from anything resembling her former life. However, curiosity got the best of her, and she settled on the channel. Rising stars were written on the corner. Hannah was familiar with the show. Of course, she was. She'll have to be living under a rock for her not to recognize the famous show. She also knew that it was currently airing, but she stayed away from the show because she was aware of the enjoyment of the two Phoenix trainees, Alex and Hyunwoo. Hannah scowled as she remembered those two. Even their names left a bitter taste in her mouth. Her mood dampened even more when Alex was shown on screen, seemingly choosing a song for this particular mission. Hannah clicked his tongue and was about to turn off the TV when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar-looking person. She stopped in her tracks and squinted her eyes, hoping the camera would focus on that person again. Then, it happened. Illuminated on her very HD television was June with a nonchalant look on his face. Choi Jun-ho? 10% low battery. Jia cursed under her breath as she switched from her phone to her tablet. She had been on fire since dawn, defending June from countless haters left and right. It wasn't a good day to be a June stan. Luke Defender 87, fucking bully. Let me punch your mouth so it caves in. My faves could never do that. My kitty June, bitch, you're a Luke stan. Your fave got caught doing drugs and was kicked out of Raven. June could never. Alex S. feet, I had a bad feeling about that June ever since he removed his mask. He's a twat who can't sing, dance, or rap. My kitty June, and you have a foot fetish. Your fave's statements haven't even been proved yet. Zeph loves me, it doesn't need to be confirmed anymore. Did you see how he treated Zeth in the previews? You're delusional if you think June is innocent. My kitty June, it's a preview. I hope you swallow your words once the episode actually airs. And you're talking about delusions? You're fucking delusional for thinking Zeth loves you. He doesn't even know you exist. Hyenwa my daddy, June is fucking ugly. Fix your face, bitch. My kitty June, fix your daddy issues first. June wanted to laugh as he read the hate comments under his topic. However, he realized there wasn't anything to laugh about. He's being cancelled online despite the lack of evidence on Alex's and Hyenwa's part. And the preview with Seth on the last episode wasn't helping his situation either. Although some loyal fans are defending him and rational people are waiting for official statements, most have already labeled him as a bully and are petitioning for him to get kicked out of the show. He kept scrolling through his phone when the bells chimed, signaling the arrival of another customer. June was secretly hoping for someone to arrive, and fortunately, the person he was waiting for came in. Hannah returned to the convenience store, her feet bouncing with anticipation as she entered. Her eyes scanned the store until they landed on June, and a subtle smile played on her lips as she approached. Hey, she greeted, her voice light and friendly. I thought you weren't working today, she teased, pertaining to his adamant denial yesterday. June's expression remained unchanged, although a glimmer of curiosity danced in his eyes. Hey, he replied in his trademark curt manner. Hannah leaned against the counter, her curiosity getting the better of her. You know, most people I meet can't help but act all starstruck. But you're refreshingly indifferent. June's lips twitched, a hint of amusement touching his features. Not my thing, faking excitement. Hannah chuckled. I like that about you, June. He merely shrugged in response, but his eyes held a flicker of something she couldn't quite decipher. Their conversation remained short and to the point, yet there was an undeniable elephant in the room, Phoenix. June cleared his throat, capturing Hannah's attention. So, he started off. Did you really train at Phoenix before? Hannah paused, and then she pursed her lips. I don't want to talk about those times. June sighed. And I don't want you pestering me in the store, but I'm doing my job, aren't I? Hannah let out an amused chuckle. Wow, you're really blunt. To answer your question, yes. I think the internet can prove that true. June's demeanor remained unreadable, but he persisted. For how long? About 3 years, Hannah answered, her mind drifting back. I started in 2015. A glimmer of recognition flickered in June's eyes, his interest suddenly increasing. 2015, huh? According to the maths, Choi Jun-ho would have started training in 2015, too, which would be the same year that she had entered. He stayed until 2022, which meant he stayed 4 years longer than Hannah. However, she must still know about some things that happened in Phoenix back then, right? Hannah raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his reaction. Yeah, why? Jun pursed his lips together, and he hesitated for a moment before reaching up and removing his hood and mask. The sight that met Hannah's eyes left her utterly stunned. It was the face of someone she had once known so well. Choi Jun-ho. Jun-ho, she whispered, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Is that really you? Jun was surprised by her reaction. He had expected her not to even recognize him, but it seemed like the two had a deeper connection than he thought. Hey? Jun awkwardly said, trying to sound as nostalgic as possible. However, he just sounded constipated, causing Hannah to chuckle. You're still as awkward as ever, huh? She said, patting his shoulder. Why did you act like you didn't recognize me at all? It's been so long since we've seen each other. Because I don't, Jun honestly said. I don't remember. What? Hannah's eyes widened in surprise, then she laughed out loud. Don't tell me, are you joking right now? No, Jun said with all seriousness. I don't remember you, he said, looking into his eyes. Hannah stared at Jun, her heart pounding in her chest as a mixture of emotions swirled within her. His words left her both frustrated and puzzled. You don't recognize me? Hannah was sure that Jun was playing some kind of elaborate prank. They had spent years training together, sharing countless moments. How could he not recognize her? However, as she looked into his eyes, all she found was a resolute sincerity that sent shivers down her spine. It was as if he was telling the truth, no matter how impossible it seemed. Then, her thoughts took an unexpected turn as Jun held her gaze. Why was he so handsome now? The puny, meek, and tired-looking boy she once trained with had transformed into a very handsome yet cute man. It was confusing, the 4-year age gap she remembered didn't align with the man standing before her. But then again, she shouldn't be thinking of such things when there are other important matters to address. Her voice trembled slightly as she whispered, You really don't remember me? No, Jun repeated. But I need your help. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Hannah was the only one who could help him escape from the situation. What happened at Phoenix before you left? How do you expect me to help you if you don't even remember who I am? Hannah asked, a frown gracing her face. Jun sighed and leaned against the counter, looking her dead in the eyes. I know you know something, he slowly said, making use of the manipulation techniques he had used in his past life. He didn't know shit about what happened, but he could coax her into saying something. And I'm sure you know what would happen if the information got out. Hannah took a sharp intake of breath. But I want you to know that you could trust me. I wouldn't involve your name if ever this gets out. And why would I help you? She stammered. Because you were my friend, Jun smiled softly. There are some things I don't remember, the traumatic things that had happened in my past. And I believe you're the only one who can help me. I don't know if you're already aware of what's happening, Jun started off, his voice shifting from gentle to intense. But I'm participating in the show called Rising Stars. I'm aware, Hannah said, having watched the 5th episode last night. I thought you gave up on being an idol. I almost did, Jun bluffed. But I couldn't let go of my dreams. Hannah's expression softened, so Jun knew he was on the right track. However, I fear that my dream will be crushed once more with everything that's happening. Hannah frowned, her eyes filled with curiosity. What happened? Alex and Hyunwoo are trying to defame my name, accusing me of being a bully. As I said a while ago, I have memories that have been blocked in my mind due to their emotional intensity, and one of them is what happened when I was still a trainee in Phoenix. You may not have been there until the end, but maybe you can help me piece my memories back together, just so I wouldn't have to give up my dream this time. Hannah's resolve weakened as she looked into June's eyes. All right, she began. I'll tell you about our time at Phoenix. Hannah began to paint a picture of their trainee days, starting with the darker backdrop of Phoenix Entertainment's early years. Phoenix was a new company back then, still finding its footing, Hannah explained, her voice nostalgic. They only had one famous group and wanted to make it big in the idol industry, so they recruited a lot of trainees, including us. As she spoke, Hannah's words painted a vivid picture of their shared struggles and dreams. She spoke of long nights of practice, fierce competition, and the relentless pursuit of perfection. And in the midst of it all, she shared her observations of June. You were the sweetest boy I ever met, Hannah admitted, her gaze distant as she recalled their interactions. You had this aura of someone who grew up in a very loving household. You were respectful, polite, probably the most respectful among all the trainees. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she continued to share her heartwarming memories. And you had so much potential, June. June was confused. His stats didn't speak of him having great potential. Did he regress during the years she wasn't in Phoenix anymore? But training wasn't just tough, Hannah continued. It was tougher than anything we could have imagined. We saw our friends drop out, one by one, unable to bear the pressure. Her gaze grew distant as she remembered those who had fallen by the wayside, their dreams crushed under the weight of the industry. But then, she turned her attention back to June, her eyes softening. Then there were Alex and Hyunwoo, she continued, her tone taking on a darker note. They were the poster boys for bound-to-debut trainees, the look, the talent. But it became clear that they didn't have the right attitude. A hint of tension crept into the air as Hannah recalled the turn of events that had shattered their initial perceptions. We started as friends, the four of us. But over time, we saw their true colors. Alex and Hyunwoo were different behind closed doors. June's gaze remained steady, but there was an underlying recognition in his eyes. They were manipulative, controlling, Hannah added, resentment heard in her voice. They used their looks and their talent to get ahead, without any regard for the people they trampled on. I tried to call them out, she chuckled. But you always tried to stop me. However, in the end, you were the one who would run errands, do things for others, and take the blame all without a second thought. You were the selfless heart among us. June couldn't help but frown as he listened to her story. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. So, Choi Jun-ho was a wuss? Then came the darkest year, 2018. K-pop was at its peak, and the competition had grown fiercer than ever. Our company became desperate, kicking out idols left and right to stay afloat. A shadow passed over her eyes as she recalled the turmoil of that year. It was a time when dreams were shattered and bonds tested. But then, her expression softened as she spoke of a new addition to their group. Haru, Hannah said. He joined us that year, and it didn't take long for us to become friends. Haru, that was a new name, someone June had never heard of. We trained together, hoping to debut soon, as we had trained the longest. However, Phoenix changed after that. They started overworking us, pushing us beyond our limits. Alex and Hyunwoo remained the same, still manipulative, still using their tactics to get ahead. Her gaze met June's, and her voice lowered as she shared the most heart-wrenching part of their shared history. And you went through something unimaginable. Your parents died in a car crash, and you were left all alone to endure it. Hannah paused for a while to gauge June's reaction. However, June remained nonchalant, leading her to continue. Hannah's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recounted the depths of June's pain. You struggled to keep up with practices, to balance it all. There were times you couldn't come to practice because of work, and the bullying, it had gotten worse, to the point of becoming physical. June's jaw clenched. One thing he took from this is that Alex and Hyunwoo were lying. He was not the bully of the story. And I'm still so sorry that I left that year, Hannah whispered, her voice breaking. I was given an offer at my current company to be an actress, and I was truly desperate. I didn't want to leave Haru and you alone, but I felt like I had no choice. I'm really, really sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, June calmly said. You didn't do anything wrong. Hannah looked down at the counter, still feeling guilty. After that, I didn't keep up with Phoenix anymore. I started training to become an actress, and I assumed you were doing the same as an idol trainee. And this Haru guy? June couldn't help but ask. Where is he now? I don't know, she frowned. The last thing I heard was Haru left the company, Alex and Hyunwoo stayed but got kicked out of the debut group, and you. June raised one of his eyebrows. You killed yourself. June paused, his posture becoming rigid. Again, he didn't know the full story behind Choi Junho's death, but Fu told him that the timid trainee killed himself after years of struggling. But that doesn't seem to be the case, right? Hannah said, her voice filled with relief. Because you're standing in front of me right now. June stiffly nodded. Anyway, that was just a rumor I heard because nobody seemed to know where you were. I also tried searching for you on SNS but failed to do so. In the end, I hoped you went out of the radar to live a more peaceful life. I never expected that you'd continue pursuing the idol dream. Is that all you know? June asked. She nodded. Again, I didn't keep up with Phoenix anymore because of all the bad memories I've incurred, but I'm assuming it didn't get any better. Chaos debuted with people I didn't even know. June sighed. Although the last years of his training period weren't disclosed, it felt safe to say that Alex's and Hyunwoo's statements were false. They twisted the story so June could become the villain. And he was pretty sure they were also feeding on the fact that the Starlights were currently on the edge of their seats after watching the preview of Rising Stars on the 5th episode. So, Alex and Hyunwoo are accusing you of being a bully? Hannah asked. Yes, June said. But I'm glad you clarified that their stories aren't true. Those bastards, she clenched her fists. They still hadn't changed. It's so frustrating for people like them to still be given chances. So, what are you going to do now? She asked. Those stories, June trailed off. Do you have any evidence of them happening? Sadly, no, she looked down at the ground. We weren't allowed to use phones in the practice room as trainees, so we don't have any evidence against them. June sighed, and Hannah felt quite bad for him. I don't think I can provide a statement either, she said. It hasn't been that long since I started doing well as an actress, and my career is currently at its peak. As much as I would like to help you, I fear I can't taint my reputation right now. Maybe in the future if my career is already stable. But I'm afraid that will already be too late. I understand, June said, his mind running 1,000 miles an hour to find a solution to his problem. It would be too much to ask Hannah for help when she'd already shared so much, so he knew that he had to fight this war alone. Do you need help with anything else? Hannah asked. June paused and thought of it for a while. Do you know where Alex and Hyunwoo live? She froze, and then she slowly nodded. If they didn't change addresses, then I still know where they live. Show me. In the modern building of Azure, the Rising Stars production team answered countless calls. Interns ran around with cups of strong coffee in their hands. The head of the production team hadn't slept for the past 2 days, thinking of ways to control the damage that had been done. Without a doubt, this has been the worst scandal they had to handle after what happened in the 3rd season. Yejin and Yena lead the meeting with the other directors and producers, all of them stumped to silence as they thought of their next course of action. So, Yena started. What are we going to do about June? Yejin sighed as she raked her fingers through her greasy hair. She hasn't washed since the night the scandal broke out. There isn't any solid proof that he was indeed a bully. We conducted a thorough investigation on his background, and this kid has nothing, she exclaimed. No social media accounts. No school stories. I think he stopped going to school in 2018 or something. At least, that's what the private investigator said. And Phoenix, the head producer asked. Have they released a statement? Yena shook her head. No statements from them either. Apparently, past trainees aren't their responsibility anymore. They don't want to give out a statement. But Alex and Hyunwoo are their trainees. Yejin exclaimed. It seems like they're supporting their trainees, though, Yena responded. They want to kick June out of the show. Rising Stars is getting martyred online, and, the intern, said. She scrolled through her phone and read some comments from the public. Rising Stars became bullying stars. How can they accept such a trainee into the show? Remove June from the show. June's a big bully. He bullied Alex, Hyunwoo, and Zeth. They seem pretty enraged that we're still keeping June on the show, and said. 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. Yena sighed in frustration. Shall we kick him out then? It'll be easier than us solving the problem from its roots. One of the shareholders raised his hand. I don't think that's a good idea. June is one of the main attractors of the show. Zeth, Casper, and the others garnered more votes, but June had made Rising Stars more known to the public. His face reveal itself garnered a 34% real-time rating. Azure's stocks raised through the roof when that happened. Not only that, a producer said. But the pink mask he wore had become a trend in the country. It's being sold by an Azure affiliate, so kicking him out will be like kicking out one of our assets. But we can't deny that Alex and Hyunwoo also bring a lot of viewers to the show, Chris, a guy who doesn't like June, said. We can't disregard their statement just because of those reasons. At the end of the day, June will be a passing craze. People only care about him now because he just revealed his face. I agree, another guy, Woosan, said. In truth, those two were once Phoenix employees, and they've been receiving money to make sure the Phoenix boys are receiving the best editing on the show. If the bullying situation gets out of hand, it'd be too late to control the damage. So, let's snip the bud before it grows even more. The editors should start cutting out June's segments on the show. But the episode is airing in 3 days, an editor said. Yejin faced Yena. What's your decision? She asked her fellow main director. Yena bit her lip in frustration. Let's give June until tomorrow, she said. If the bullying accusations aren't debunked by then, we'll have no choice but to kick him out of the show. It was time to confront the ghosts of his shared past, Alex and Hyunwoo. With a murderous glint in his eyes, June stood in front of their door, with the help of Hannah, of course. It was nighttime, and the hallways were dimly illuminated, creating an eerie atmosphere. June stood there for a second, then he reached out into his pocket and felt the small metal material in it. He never knew what could happen, so it's best he protected himself. Of course, June would only use the weapon as his last resort. He'll make sure to stay in the hallways to talk so he can escape easily if something does happen. Then, he stepped closer to their door, knocking on the pristine wood. The sound of his knocks echoed in the silence of the night. "Who the fuck is knocking in the middle of the night?" he heard Alex curse. The door creaked open, revealing Alex and Hyunwoo, their expressions twisting into surprise. Seeing June under the dim lights, his murderous eyes being emphasized, seemed to send a chill down their spines. Something about the look in his eyes was unsettling, a contrast from the boy they thought they had known. "June?" Alex's voice wavered slightly, his gaze locked onto June's with confusion. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elben.co/m. Hyunwoo's eyes widened, his usual smugness momentarily gone. "What are you doing here?" June's voice was calm, yet there was an undercurrent of something else. "I came to talk." The atmosphere seemed to thicken with every passing moment, like the past had suddenly caught up to them. "I think it's time we had a conversation," June continued, his gaze steady on Alex and Hyunwoo. "About what happened back then." The silence that followed seemed to stretch, tension mounting in the air. And as June's eyes bore into them, it became evident that something had shifted within him. He was no longer the compliant trainee they had manipulated, he was someone different. "I know what really happened back then," June continued. "I know who the real villains of our story were. It's quite brave for you to twist the story that will fit your own narrative." Alex and Hyunwoo exchanged glances, their expressions becoming indifferent. "And who might that be?" Alex asked, his tone dripping with mocking. June bit his lip as he clenched his fists inside the pocket of his hoodie. "You guys are so cute," June chuckled deeply. "You really think you can get away with this? You were the ones who used physical and emotional manipulation when we were trainees." Hyunwoo's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze challenging. "Is that so? And what's your proof?" The dismissive tone in their voices grated on June's nerves, but he pushed forward. "Proof or not, I know the truth. I've seen through the facade you both put up." Alex's laughter was insulting, as if he was looking down at the gravity of the situation. "You're making quite the accusation without any evidence, aren't you?" June's frustration simmered beneath the surface, but he remained composed. "I don't need proof to recognize the reality of what happened. You both can deny it all you want, but deep down, you know the truth." Hyunwoo's voice was laced with arrogance as he spoke. "You can't just come here and spout accusations without backing them up. It's amusing how seriously you're taking this. Where's the cute, little trainee that used to follow our orders, huh?" he asked, patting June's head. It was a gesture the two of them did when June would accomplish their errands in the past. Back then, June would flinch or accept it without complaints. However, instead of pulling away, June held onto Hyunwoo's wrist before it came into contact with his hair. He held onto Hyunwoo's wrist tightly, squeezing onto the bone with his strength. Hyunwoo chuckled and tried to pull his wrist away, but June held on, his gaze never leaving Hyunwoo's eyes. Hyunwoo tried to escape his grip once more, but June held on tighter. June's smirk widened as he continued to hold onto Hyunwoo's hand, his fingers dancing lightly over Hyunwoo's skin. Hyunwoo's frustration grew, and his attempts to break free became more desperate. He tried to yank his hand away, a scowl marring his face, but June's grip felt like an iron vice, unbreakable and unwavering. Then, June's expression shifted, his smirk morphing into something more sinister. With a sudden motion, he tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Hyunwoo's flesh with a cruel intensity. A strangled gasp escaped Hyunwoo's lips, his eyes widening in shock. The pain that shot through his hand was visceral. It was like every nerve ending was set ablaze. June's fingers seemed to transform into instruments of torment, the pressure cruel and unrelenting. Hyunwoo's body tensed, his face contorting in agony as his attempts to pull away were met with a wall of unyielding strength. Alex frowned, a chill running down his spine. Choi Jun-ho. He changed too much. Let go of him, Alex said in a weak attempt to scare June. We're going to record this if you don't stop right now. June chuckled and finally let go of Hyunwoo's wrist. The latter cradled his sore limb with a fearful look in his eyes. Choi Jun-ho was weak. Choi Jun-ho always lost to them. So, why did they feel like they were the ones being played in their own game? Alex remained strong and indifferent, raising his chin up. I don't even know why you came here, he started, taking a step forward. The damage is already done. The whole country knows you're a bully, and like hyenas in the wild, they'd continue to eat you up until you're nothing but a rotting carcass. The company called, Alex smirked as he continued. The Rising Stars team are having a meeting as we speak. And it looks like the favor is with us, he boasted. Tomorrow, you'd be kicked out of the show, just like how you were kicked out of Phoenix. And we'll be the ones with the last laugh. With that, Alex moved to close the door, a gesture meant to dismiss the situation. However, June quickly reached his arm to the gap, gripping the edge of the door and prying it open with his strength. His eyes, once calm and composed, had transformed into something different, a wild intensity that sent shivers down Alex and Hyunwoo's spines. The air in the hallway seemed to crackle with tension as June's gaze bore into them, something bordering on madness. Alex's bravado faltered, his hand frozen in midair as he tried to close the door. Hyunwoo's mask of indifference cracked, replaced by a growing unease that he couldn't shake. And then, June's voice cut through the silence, a low and ominous whisper that sent a chill down their spines. This is your final warning. You will pay for what you've done. Just you wait. Okay, June had to admit. He merely talked big. But in reality, he didn't have any evidence against those two. June sighed as he sat on the sidewalk, the night breeze making him shiver. It was currently 2 a.m., yet he still didn't know how to prove himself innocent. Those two are too damn infuriating. However, their fear-induced expressions brought a twisted smirk to June's lips, a grim satisfaction that they were finally feeling a sliver of the discomfort they had once inflicted upon Choi Jun-ho. If this kid could see it now, he would be satisfied, too. But as the seconds ticked by, the exhilaration began to fade, leaving behind a sense of uncertainty. He let out a sigh, his shoulders slumping as he stared at the ground. He wasn't quite sure what to do next. The rush of the moment had fueled him, but now he was left grappling with the reality of the situation. Lost in his thoughts, June was momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. It was then that a coin clinked onto the ground in front of him, jolting him back to the present. He blinked in surprise, his eyes focusing on the small piece of currency resting at his feet. Confusion mixed with annoyance was evident in his face as he looked up, prepared to dismiss the person who had mistaken him for a beggar. But the words died on his lips as he took in the sight of the person before him, a stranger, eyes filled with sympathy and perhaps a hint of pity. Take this, young man. Buy something from the convenience store, okay? Look, old man, I'm not. The old man smiled. It's okay to ask for help sometimes. Then, he proceeded to walk away, leaving June with a coin in his hand. June's lips twitched, a disbelieving smile forming as he realized the absurdity of it all. As if the universe was determined to pile on his misfortune, a bird chose that moment to add insult to injury. June's eyes widened as a splatter of bird droppings landed squarely on his head, his expression shifting from disbelief to exasperation. He muttered a frustrated curse under his breath as he removed his hoodie, throwing it to the ground. Great! Just great, he muttered to himself, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It was as if his day couldn't get any worse. But life had a way of proving him wrong. Just when he thought things couldn't possibly deteriorate any further, a sudden gust of wind carried a piece of newspaper right across his face. June sputtered and swatted at the intrusive piece of paper, his frustration growing. Seriously? Could this day get any worse? He exclaimed, his irritation increasing. His fingers curled around the edges of the newspaper, ready to crumple it up and discard it as another annoyance in a string of unfortunate events. But as he began to crumple the paper, something caught his eye. June's movements halted. He tilted his head to the side as he looked at the face pasted on the front cover. He clicked his tongue as he recalled where he could have met this man. Slowly, he uncrumpled the newspaper, his eyes scanning the headline and the accompanying article. Drug Lord's Web of Celebrity Connections Exposed, the headline read. Lee Dusam, a 28-year-old man, is currently being held at the Seoul City Jail for distribution of drugs. It's rumored that his clients are within the entertainment industry, from CEOs and A-list celebrities to D-list celebrities. The police are investigating, but Dusam is taking all the blame. The more he looked at the picture, the more the man seemed familiar. He is currently being seen at the psychiatric unit for being so happy while being interrogated, which proves his name, the Mad Hatter. Then, it struck him. The Mad Hatter, he muttered under his breath. His mind was transported back to the time he sneaked out of Azure to accomplish his bonus mission, when Alex and Hyunwoo were conversing behind him. Anderson only told us to get some booze. We need to make it fast since Mad Hatter is waiting for us in the alleyway, too. The guy at the alley. June observed his face once more, and it all made sense. He was wearing a beanie when June saw him at the alley, but June could never forget his red eyes and patchy beard. Without a doubt, Mad Hatter was the guy that Alex and Hyunwoo met that night. June shook his head with a smirk. Those two are more entangled in dark crimes than he had imagined, and to think they were acting so innocent while on the show. June rummaged through his pocket for his phone and went to Naval. As expected, the #1 topic is about the Mad Hatter. The public couldn't care less about drug dealers. It was usually swept under the rug, but the fact that this involved celebrities was something they couldn't look past. People were hungry for gossip, and celebrities were always at the center of that. They'd jump at the next topic like hungry hyenas, ready to ruin the lives of the next gossip material. He read through the comments. Shit. I knew some celebrities were druggies. I mean, who could handle such a toxic life? If I were a Mad Hatter, I'd turn this into a business. I'll ask for money from the celebrities so I won't reveal their names. Make him expose the celebrities. Let's shatter fans' hearts. I wonder who his clients are. I wonder if any idols are on the list. Commenter upstairs. Of course, there would be idols. Idols are not angels. Heck, I bet even trainees are getting their fix from him. Wouldn't it be legendary if someone from Rising Stars got exposed for this? Oh, give Rising Stars a break. They're already under fire for that June guy. If they only knew. Their beloved trainees, both in the top 20, were actually drug users. Then, like a light switch, June remembered something in the back of his mind. He exited Naval and went to his camera roll. Fortunately, he didn't have to scroll far since he didn't take too many pictures. He quickly opened his picture with those two ladies, Rena and Hina. June's phone didn't capture the ladies' faces clearly. Instead, the three of them were a blurry mess since his camera decided to focus on something else, the three people behind them. June smirked. This was one instance when he didn't loathe his phone. If June couldn't put off the flame of his rumors, then he'll just add fuel to the fire. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. Let's burn Alex and Hyunwoo alive. June woke up with a smile on his face. It was one of the rare moments where he didn't get much sleep, but he still felt happy. He made his bed, opened his window, and inhaled the fresh scent of chimney smoke and fried dried fish. It wasn't a pleasant smell, but nothing could ruin June's mood. June opened his door and even watered the plants. Then, he went downstairs to Minjun's and Grandma's apartment, greeting them with a subtle smile. Then he plopped down on their couch and watched leisurely on the TV while waiting for Grandma to finish cooking breakfast. The grandmother and grandson pair watched the scene before them in disbelief. "It's weird," Minjun said. "Why does he look so happy? He's still being called a bully online. Maybe he lost it?" Grandma asked. "I should make his favorite breakfast today. Why don't you go and talk to him?" "I'm scared," Minjun whispered. Grandma clicked his tongue. "Just go." Minjun warily went to the living room and sat next to June. He froze as June turned to him with sparkling eyes. "Hey there, little boy," he exclaimed in happiness, making Minjun's heart race in his chest. "Did you miss your big brother?" Minjun chuckled awkwardly as he slowly scooted away from June. Yeah. Sure. Aw, I knew you missed me," June said, squeezing Minjun's cheek. "Brother," Minjun said, muffled because of his squeezed cheeks. "Did you eat something weird?" "I haven't eaten yet." "You're weird," Minjun bluntly said. "Come on, tell me. Do you need anything?" June's smile widened as he brought out his phone. "Minjun," he said. "How many followers do you have again?" "Around 30K now," Minjun said. "After posting updates about the Mad Hatter, my followers increased overnight," he said proudly. Minjun, the 11-year-old boy, gained over 30,000 followers for reposting news articles on Naval while adding captions that roasted the main person in the article. He's like a kid version of Roast Him Jim. Instead, he was Roast Him Min. His last post gained 100,000 likes alone because of his caption, introducing the Mad Hatter, where patchy beards, jaundiced eyes, and blackened teeth make for the ultimate fashion statement. Is crime the new couture? Then, do you want an exclusive story? June asked. Minjun looked at him, his eyes showing intrigue. How exclusive are we talking here? You'd be the first to post it. Not even big news stations got a hold of this information yet. In the 7-star convenience store, June was back to his usual duties, a hint of a cheerful tune escaping his lips as he went about his tasks. Mr. Chang's eyebrows furrowed as he observed June's cheery mood. It wasn't often that his part-time worker displayed such unabashed happiness, especially after what seemed to have been a rather eventful day for him. The older man scratched his head. "Kid, did something happen? You look like you're on top of the world." June's grin only widened as he continued to stock the shelves. "Oh, nothing much. Just had a bit of an interesting day." Mr. Chang raised an eyebrow, but before he could press for details, he decided it was best not to pry. With a shake of his head, he muttered to himself, "Kids these days." As Mr. Chang excused himself to go feed his chickens in the backyard, June continued his work. A jingling of the store's entrance bell caught June's attention. Jasung, CJ, Jaeyoung, Jangmoon, and Akira. June sighed. "You're here again? Big brother." Jangmoon sobbed, his eyes puffy. "CJ told us something. I can't believe this is really happening." June let him be, and then he turned to Jaeyoung. "And what are you doing here?" Jaeyoung scratched the back of his neck. I just wanted to see if I could help." "It's over, brother," CJ screamed, making June's ears hurt. "I heard from my mother's cousin who has a friend that worked with her nephew, who currently works as a deliveryman, who went to the Azure building and heard from his client, who's the director of the show, who..." "We get it," Akira said. "Just tell June what you know." You're getting kicked out. CJ's words hung heavily in the air, each syllable resonating with concern and tension. The faces of Jisung, Jaeyoung, and Akira mirrored the weight of the news, a reality that seemed both unfair and unsettling. As the silence stretched, it was clear that the gravity of the situation was sinking in. This nephew heard that they're going to give a certain trainee until morning to prove his innocence. However, if nothing happens, then they're going to kick him out and edit him out of the scenes. Can you believe it? They're going to cut you out like that? Alex and Hyunwoo don't even have any evidence against you. And that Phoenix shit isn't debunking anything, too, CJ ranted. Jisung patted Jun's back. It's really so unfair. You don't even have an agency to begin with. How can you compete against them? Tell me about it, Jangmoon said. It's like they're preying on Jun just because he's an individual trainee without a company backing him up. Do you want me to ask our company to help? Jae-young asked. They're not the greatest, but they're pretty good at legal matters. It'd be absurd if they helped someone not under the company, Akira said. And it's too late! CJ exclaimed. The production crew is probably coming to a conclusion now. How can we prove Jun's innocence in just a matter of hours, or worse, minutes? It's all right, Jun said, causing all 5 of them to look at him like he'd gone mad. Amidst the shared worry, it was Jun's unexpected calmness that stood out. His expression remained serene, a contrast to the collective unease that had settled over the group. His eyes were filled with their usual nonchalance, and they even held a tranquility that seemed almost surreal. The others exchanged glances, baffled by Jun's unbothered behavior. How could he be so calm when his future on the show is in jeopardy? Akira asked. Jangmoon's going to get farther in the competition compared to you, CJ shook his shoulders. Do you think that makes sense? Yeah, Jangmoon agreed, then he realized that CJ's statement was low-key bashing him. Wait, hey. Anyway, Jisung said. We can't let you leave, bro, he said, on the verge of tears. They were in a state of panic, while Jun seemed to be the embodiment of composure. And then, he smiled. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN/co/M. It was a smile that seemed to light up the room, a gentle curve of his lips that held a hint of mystery and a touch of mischief. His eyes, usually detached, now gleamed with confidence that was captivating and reassuring. As the others watched him, drawn into the serenity of his presence, Jun finally spoke. His voice was calm, steady, and surprisingly soothing in the midst of the storm that had enveloped them. Relax, Jun said. Things will eventually fall into the right place. Yena woke up after a deep, dream-filled slumber. She wishes. She hadn't gotten any sleep at all. The production crew all stayed up, answering countless calls from news sites, outside sources, and worried and enraged fans alike. A lot were pleading for Jun to be kicked out of the show, mostly Phoenix and Zeth stans. But a reasonable number also made logical arguments that they couldn't just believe the trainee's words without proof. However, the media had inculcated the mindset of victims first. And in this story, Alex and Hyunwoo are the supposed victims. Moreover, the two had a huge company to back them up. Azure was sure that it'd be a huge loss if they decided to forego Alex's and Hyunwoo's statements for an individual trainee who didn't have any backing at all. The clock struck 12, and the production team turned to Yena and Yejin, who were bound to make the final decision. There were more members who would like for Jun to stay in the competition, saying that the kid is actually quite nice and it'd be a shame to just kick him out. However, more powerful members were against him, which put them on pretty equal footing. It's noon already, Chris said. You said that we'll wait until now for Jun to prove his innocence, but I think we're waiting for nothing. The episode is airing in 2 days. Let's give the editors more time to edit him out by making a decision right now. And, the intern who found June weird at first but eventually fell in love with his charms, slammed her fist against the table. But it's unfair. There isn't even any tangible evidence that June bullied Alex and Hyunwoo. I believe you're just defending them because you worked at Phoenix before. The table was stunned to silence. They couldn't believe that an intern was speaking up against the editing director. Chris' face became red as he stood up, his chair loudly scraping against the floor. A mere intern has the guts to say these words to me, he shouted. Do you know who I am? You're just a puny little girl who does nothing but run errands and buy coffee for the team. Anne's lips quivered while Yenna massaged the bridge of her nose. Enough, she said. Director Chris, that was out of line. And you should not talk to your superiors like that. And tried to argue, but Yejin held her hand up. Yenna was about to speak when the door suddenly opened and someone unexpected came in. Ji-hyun, they all stood up from their seats. Some were starstruck that the well-known artist came directly to their headquarters. Yes, they see her during filmings, but that was it. Seeing her in their office was definitely a different thing. What are you doing here, Miss Ji-hyun? Yenna asked. Is it true? Ji-hyun asked, sounding frantic. I heard you're kicking June out. Chris smirked and took the initiative to answer. Yes, Miss Ji-hyun. We don't tolerate bullies in the competition, so we have no choice but to kick him out. What? Ji-hyun asked. You can't do that. June's a nice person. They raised their eyebrows in response. Since when have the two been close to each other? Yejin cleared her throat. It's still under discussion, she said. We're finalizing our decision now. What is there to consider? Woo-san, another Phoenix lackey, asked. You shouldn't go back on your words. You said that you'll only give June until today to prove himself innocent. Don't tell me, are you going back on your words? Yejin and Yenna exchanged looks of uncertainty. The last thing they wanted was for the team to lose their trust in them. So, they nodded knowingly at each other. All right, Yenna said. We have made a decision. We don't want to go back on our words. So, we decided to kick June out of the show. What? Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Just like that? TSK. Such a waste of talent. Protests were heard across the room, but some were also satisfied with their decision. Chris clapped the loudest. Great! I'll relay it to my team. We'll finish editing the episode tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll make it seamless, as if June wasn't even there in the first place. With that, he stood up and started walking out of the office. The others also started packing up, knowing that the decision was already final. Wait! And screamed loudly, causing the people to halt in their spots. Chris, too, stopped in his tracks and turned back to the screaming intern. Everyone, go on naval right now, she urged. What are you yapping about? Christ groaned. However, and quickly cut him off. Quickly! And exclaimed. Everybody followed her instructions, opening their naval apps. Then, the room turned silent while Anne's lips formed into a smirk. Looks like you'll be editing someone else out of the show. Despite June's assurance, his friends remained in the store, their anxiety going through the roof. The contrast between June's carefree whistling and their worried huddling was stark. They exchanged glances, trying to decipher whether June had truly gone crazy or if there was something they were missing. Seriously, is he just born without the worry gene? Akira muttered under his breath. He's either completely clueless or secretly a Zen master, CJ added. I would have ran through the streets naked with an apology sign in my hands if I were him. No, that's just you, Jae-young side-eyed him. Are things really going to be all right? The group was deep in their contemplations when Jae-moon absent-mindedly pulled out his phone. He had intended to scroll through his social media feed and maybe post a selfie, a small distraction from the tension that hung in the air. However, as he unlocked his phone and opened the front page, his eyes widened in shock. His fingers froze, and his breath caught in his throat. Without a second thought, he called out to the others. Guys, you need to see this. Their attention immediately shifted to Jae-moon, his phone held out in front of him. On the screen was an article, a headline that was trending #1 worldwide. As they read the headline, a collective gasp filled the air. Drama rising through the stars, the Mad Hatter's celebrity extravaganza tea party takes on a whole new meaning. Akira took the phone from Jae-moon's hand and started reading it out loud. In a story that could rival the most sensational K-drama plotlines, new stars have emerged on the scene. Two familiar faces from rising stars are finding themselves in a celebrity scandal, and this rabbit hole goes deep, my friends. Get ready to sip your tea with an extra dash of spice. Yes, we're talking about none other than Alex and Hyunwoo, those D-list darlings who somehow managed to trade in fame for infamy. Sources, which have been so kind as to leave no room for speculation, have revealed that Alex and Hyunwoo have a not-so-secret talent, indulging in substances that seem to rival the hallucinations present in Alice's Wonderland. June let out a little chuckle. Minjun is definitely going places. How can an 11-year-old write this well? Previously, Alex and Hyunwoo have tried to deflect the spotlight onto none other than June, another trainee from Rising Stars, accusing him of bullying during their trainee days. Were they also stoned when they came up with this brilliant accusation? The others, too, couldn't help but chuckle. And before we end, can we talk about their appearance? Let's face it, it's been more obvious than a neon sign at a dark alley that these two have been dabbling in something other than skincare. Their new looks are less refreshed and more refreshingly obvious, leaving even the most optimistic fan wondering if their mirrors have been lying to them all this time. Those red eyes, yellow teeth, and chronic cough gave it all away. To add credibility to the story, Akira turned the phone and showed the picture attached to the article. They gasped as they looked at the picture of the Mad Hatter handing Alex and Hyunwoo a package white powder. It's legit, CJ muttered. I thought it was a joke with how it's written, but it's real. Who posted it? Min Min? Akira said, looking at the poster's information. They have around 120k followers now. June smirked. He bets that kid is jumping for joy right now. Read the latest stories novilbin.com. The five of them continued looking at the picture, not believing their eyes. June crossed his arms in front of his chest as he observed their shocked faces. In a college dorm in Seoul, Hina and Rina were walking to their next class when they came across the article. Hey, doesn't this look familiar? Hina asked, pertaining to the attached photo. Rina tilted her head to the side as she stared at the picture. Nope, she said. Never seen that photo in my life. Look at it intently, Hina insisted. Isn't this my forehead? She asked, placing the phone next to her forehead. Rina laughed out loud. You're crazy. Why would you be in a photo with some druggies? Hina clicked her tongue. I've definitely seen this picture before. You haven't, Rina convinced her. Let's focus on the more important thing here. Alex and Hyunwoo are proven to be pathological liars. Our June will be finally free from rumors. Right. Hannah chimed happily. I still can't forget our interaction. Do you think we can message him to ask for our picture together? Message him on what? Email? Rena asked. That man does not have any social media presence. Hina pouted. You're right. Let's wait until he makes one, then. I bet he'll have a really cute username. Back to the 7-star convenience store. Jun's smirk widened as he scrolled through the comments section. I knew it. I never really liked Alex and Hyunwoo. I had a bad feeling about those two, and it turns out I was right. Kick Alex and Hyunwoo out of the show. I bet the production team is editing out their scenes as we speak. Jun fans can now sigh in relief. My baby is innocent. These bitches switching up faster than Lightning McQueen. Y'all were just murdering Jun seconds ago. I concede defeat. I was wrong about Jun. Jun's probably a good person, then? Jun has always been a good person. You guys were just deluded because of your faves. Now, you know that Alex and Hyunwoo are the villains of the story. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Jun has been a victim of those two. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Jun's amusement was evident as he continued to read, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. His friends exchanged glances once again. This time, they appeared to be in awe. It seemed that while they had been caught up in the hurricane of events, and Jun had been playing a different game altogether, one where he had known the moves before anyone else. Big brother, do you see this? Jang Moon exclaimed. The comments, the support, the public is actually on your side. Bro, Jasung said, his eyes still filled with tears. Does that mean you're staying? Jun clicked his tongue. Will you stop crying? I said that it'll be okay, didn't I? Jae-young frowned as he observed Jun's calm face. As he watched the previous episodes, he couldn't help but wonder if Jun was a hidden genius. How'd you know everything was going to be okay? Jun nonchalantly shrugged. Gut feeling? Jae-young pursed his lips. And he talked too coolly, too. How could a young person speak like this? Akira continued to read through the comments. People are definitely defending you. But some delusional Zeth fans are still saying you're a bad person because of the preview. They'll know the truth once the episode airs, Jun said, unconcerned. I really can't believe this, Akira said. It's over. Alex and Hyunwoo are definitely over. Rising stars won't let you go now, Jae-young said. I'm certain of it. So, he's going to stay? Jang Moon asked. I'm here to stay, Jun smirked. Brother! CJ screamed as the thought that Jun would still be staying with them hit him like a truck. He gave him a hug and exaggeratedly cried into his shoulder. Jang Moon did the same, causing Jun to sigh in frustration and the other three to chuckle in amusement. Amidst the relieved laughter and congratulatory hugs, the bell above the door rang, a sign that a customer had come in. They all instinctively turned toward the entrance. And there she was. Hannah Lim in the flesh. Hannah paused as she came face to face with not one but 6 boys. Ever since she found out that Jun was participating in Rising Stars, she started binge-watching the episodes. So, she's well aware of who the other guys are. She also can't deny that she's become a big fan of Jun. Hannah has always been fond of Jun since he was still Junho, but watching him on the show was a whole other experience, especially when he first revealed his face to the public. Jun kept wiping the counters while the other 5 gaped at Hannah, not finding the right words to say. CJ snapped out of his daze and practically bolted to where Hannah was. He looked at her with wide, bright eyes, seemingly falling in love. Hannah Lim, the well-known actress of hit teen and romance shows, was standing in front of him. CJ blinked, almost unable to process the fact that an A-list celebrity was right in front of him, gracing their humble convenience store with her ethereal beauty. It was as if meeting Hannah was the kind of opportunity that came once in a lifetime, a chance to glimpse at a world beyond their own. Jaeyoung and Akira, despite being well-known idols in the past, also looked at her with disbelief. Jaeyoung blinked several times, trying to make sure he wasn't imagining things. On the other hand, Akira's eyes widened like saucers, his heart racing. Jisung's mouth hung open slightly. He exchanged a quick, incredulous glance with the others, silently acknowledging the surreal nature of the moment. Jang Moon had the worst reaction out of them. He stayed still, expressionless, while staring at Hannah. Hannah glanced at him and took a step back, seemingly scared by his meerkat-like reaction. Meeting Hannah Lim wasn't something that happened every day, it was the kind of experience that could make someone pinch themselves just to make sure they weren't dreaming. Jun shook his head as he observed his starstruck friends. "You're here?" Jun said, breaking the silence. Hannah, still a bit weirded out, stepped to the side to evade the other five's gazes and went to the counter where Jun was. She smiled as she leaned her hands against the counter and looked at Jun with bright eyes. With how she was looking at him, it seemed like Jun was the A-list celebrity between the two. "I saw the news," Hannah said. "It turned out just like how you said it would." Jun smirked as he punched the gum she usually bought. "I told you, right? I had it covered." Hannah smiled. "Don't lie. You didn't know what to do at first. You were definitely going to get kicked out of the show. But I didn't." "Thanks to that photo," she chimed. "How did you even get such a photo?" Jun pursed his lips. Meeting those two loud girls was definitely worth it. The photos they captured were helpful to him in the end. "Just some fans," Jun said. "It's over, though. Rising Stars would be a fool not to kick those two out. And I'm sure Phoenix would kick them out, too," Hannah said. "No other company cares for their reputation more than Phoenix." "It was long overdue," Jun said. "They had it coming." "I couldn't agree more." "So, why'd you come here?" Jun asked. "Should you really be telling that to someone who helped you talk with Alex and Hyunwoo?" Hannah asked with a cheeky smile. Jun sighed. "Fine. Thanks for the help," he muttered. Hannah smiled, finding him cute. "Well, I just came by to say that I wouldn't be visiting anytime soon. We'll be confined in Gyeonggi-do for the whole month to finish the last set of episodes." "Good luck," Jun briefly said. Han chuckled as she shook her head. "Still cold as ever." "Well, I'll take this," she said, grabbing the gum on the counter and giving him the money. Jun briefly waved his hand goodbye while Hannah enthusiastically smiled. She passed by the other five, who still looked to be in shock, and gave them a curt smile. The mere action sent those five into overdrive. "Hannah Lim is freaking pretty." As Hannah left, the five of them still haven't recovered. They glanced at Jun, then back to the door, where Hannah had just exited. They did this for quite some time, trying to comprehend the reality of the situation. LA test NOVLS on n.co. Jun sighed and clapped loudly, causing them to snap out of their dazes. That was Hannah Lim," Jang Moon stammered, staring off into the distance. Akira and Jisung faced each other, their ears red from embarrassment. "Pinch me, Jisung." "I wasn't dreaming, was I?" Jisung quickly shook his head. "She's real. She smiled at me." "Holy shit," Jaeyoung muttered under his breath. CJ ran to where Jun was and started shaking his shoulders. "Hannah Lim? You were talking with the Hannah Lim just now, right?" Why didn't you tell us you knew each other? He exclaimed. But I did tell you, June simply said. No, you didn't, Jang-moon said. You never told us you knew each other. June sighed and shook his head, not bothering to explain himself. He did tell us, Jae-young said. We just didn't believe him. I mean, why would Hannah Lim come to a place like this? Jang-moon asked. No offense to Mr. Chang, but this convenience store is beat up. Celebrities wouldn't even think of coming here. And you didn't tell us you were close like that, CJ said. She was blushing while talking to you. She wasn't, June nonchalantly said. We trained at Phoenix together. That makes sense, Akira said. Did you keep up until now? June shook his head. No, he deadpanned. She started visiting on her own. The five of them felt a new sense of amazement with their friend. June was definitely like Shrek, he had layers, and all of them seemed to take them by surprise every time. So you're telling me, Hannah Lim just came here on her own, despite her very busy schedule, just to visit you? CJ summarized. Yeah, June shrugged. Akira sighed and shook his head, grasping June's shoulder. You're on another level, bro. After days of grueling battle, Jia finally wore a smile on her face. Her dark under eyes were so dark they could counter the inside of a man's belly button. War is over, Bora said, looking the same as Jia. The two had become closer ever after the second mission live performances. Since her friends/roommates were still out of town before the next semester started, Bora came to her dorm almost every day. Although Bora was still a full-blown stan, she couldn't deny that June had also crept into her heart. The two of them had been going on a battle for the past 2 days, not on a battlefield, of course. Although the internet can be called a battlefield of its own. They did their best to debunk the bullying rumors surrounding June, but as college students, they could only do so much. So, when they saw Minmin's post on Naval, they shared it on all social media platforms, making it grow traction until it became the #1 trending topic in the whole world. Their eyes were bloodshot, their hair greasy, and their sanity was definitely on the brink of breaking. However, knowing June's name had been cleared made them feel refreshed. They felt well-rested, squeaky clean, and sane, not really. Now, only the issue with Seth is left, Bora sighed, plopping on the couch. Those Seth fans always have something to say. Just because Seth is in first place, they also think they're unbeatable. The episode hasn't even aired yet. It's airing tonight, Jia said. Let's wait until then. I don't want June to go through that again, Bora whined. What if it turns out he really said those words to Seth? Jia pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. 8 hours were too long for them to wait for the 6th episode of the show. Bora! It's starting, Jia screamed, turning the TV to the brightest setting and the highest volume. Gee, Bora said. Don't be in such a rush. We all know they're going to be shown last. Jia sighed and slumped her shoulders. You're right. We have to wait an extra 2 hours for their performance. The two of them reluctantly watched the other performances, but when it got to Alex's and Hyenwa's performance, they couldn't help but pay attention. Their team had the shortest screen time yet. The behind-the-scenes only showed the 3 other trainees aside from Alex and Hyunwoo. The 2 Phoenix trainees were blurred out like an adult Japanese film, and it brought immense satisfaction to the two. The comments were also roasting them as the performance was shown. It was quite devastating for the other trainees since their performance seemed lackluster and incomplete. Blurred druggies. Forever young? How about forever in jail? They really thought they'd get away with this, huh? Have fun in jail, losers. Thankfully, the other performances passed by like a breeze, and Team Ace's segment was finally airing. Everybody seemed to anticipate their performance the most, and the hate for Alex and Hyunwoo was quickly replaced with excited comments as well as hate comments for June. Here it is. It's finally starting. Azure and their marketing play. They always have to save the best team for last, don't they? Fuck June. He's finally going to be exposed for being mean. He may have escaped the accusations of Alex and Hyunwoo, but he's not going to escape the wrath of Zetherlists. Zetherlist is Seth's fandom name. As the camera panned to the practice room, Jia and Bora exchanged anxious glances. The scene appeared to be tension-filled, with the members of Team Aces not coming to an agreement. They worked separately like they weren't a team, and their argument was also edited in a way where they seemed to really hate each other. Jia's fingers nervously tapped against the remote control, her eyes fixed on the screen. Bora, this doesn't look good, she murmured, her voice edged with worry. Bora nodded, her brows furrowed. Yeah, I thought June would blend in better with his team. But it seems like they're having trouble synchronizing everything. Their live performance was so good. How come this looks so bad? Their interim evaluations with Hwan were shown, and their hearts beat in nervousness with the legendary artist's comment. Bora, should we turn it off? This is really hard to watch. Shit. I would have bawled right then and there. You updates tnvel/by.com. It's June's fault. He should have never been on this team. Bitch. He didn't even do anything. Exactly. He's feeding off of his teammates. Have you seen him speak up throughout their practice? It isn't over yet. Blah blah. June is a fucking freeloader. Okay, this is really bad, Bora said, although her eyes were still glued on the screen, becoming a slave to the drama being shown. The interim evaluations ended, and they were now back in the practice room. The tension was even more uncomfortable this time around. Nobody dared to speak at first, but then, another fight broke out. I'm starting to get tired of them. I feel like their performance will go down the drain as one of the shittiest performances of all time. It's the very first time a good group would actually have a bad performance. And it's all thanks to June. That piece of shit is still not saying anything. However, like June had heard them from the screen, he began to speak up. If you don't stop, I'm going to bang your heads together until you all become incapable of thinking, June's voice resonated in the practice room. Jia and Bora were stunned to silence, glancing at each other to confirm that what they heard was real. Y'all are blind and deaf if you think only one person has something to do with the outcome of the interim evaluations, he continued, and the two watched the screen with beating hearts and utmost concentration. The way he scolded the trainees was both endearing and scary at the same time. His criticisms were on point, and the other team members appeared to be listening to him well. Then, their rehearsal with mentor Ji-hyun, where they were asked to switch parts, was shown. June sang, his voice sounding like the opening gates to heaven. And just like that, the haters were all stunned to silence. I hate to say this, but he's a really good singer. The hate comments for June toned down when his leadership was shown to be the source of improvement for the group. His beautiful voice also sent other people speechless, his talent being undeniable. Get your avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. However, the hate came back when a familiar scene played. It was what everybody was anticipating, Zeth's and June's conversation on the stairs. It's here. I'm ready to write a hate paragraph for June. Don't mess with Zetherlists, June. Zetherlists are so fucking entitled. I wish you all to choke on your words later. Azure had been evil editing kings until now, and you still believe them anyway. Zeth is number one. June's a leech who's sucking up to his fame. Damn, CJ said as he read the comments. They still haven't let this one go. Did you really say any harsh things to Zeth? He asked. Just watch the scene, June said, causing his friends to let out a frustrated sigh. Why do they seem more nervous than the person involved in the scene? The scene was finally shown, with June sitting on the stairs. Fortunately, the scene of him crying because of the spicy chip wasn't shown. That would have been his 13th reason. It went straight to the part where Zeth found June on the stairs. Tension-filled music defined the scene, and as Zeth sat down next to June, the stirring instrument background became even more intense. Shit, Akira said. Why does it feel like a fight is going to break out? Then, Zeth starts pouring his heart into June. After that, he started to cry. Oh man, Akira exclaimed. He's really going through it, isn't he? It's expected, Jae-young said. He's used to being on the top. It's hard to maintain that kind of image in these competitions. Everybody's expecting him to do well. He's doing well, though, Jisung said. I thought he was fine. We were on the same team, but I didn't notice him going through this. June still hadn't said anything at this point, and the audience waited in anticipation. It's taking so long, Jang-moon whined. Did you really say shitty things to him? Then, the tension-filled music reached its climax. However, instead of progressing to a similar sound, it was replaced with emotional piano music when June handed Zeth the hard tacks he didn't want to eat. June raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was expecting Azure to show the scene as it is, but with their editing style, it seemed like a very touching moment. June began to speak, his voice soft and comforting. June grimaced as he watched himself on TV. Heck, he didn't even notice he was speaking in such a tone. It's like a big brother looking out for his younger sibling. You don't have to be perfect, June said. If you really think about it, nobody actually cares about you at all. We're all too focused on ourselves to give a damn about other people. We all fear that, Zeth. You're not special. Of course, it's all right to feel down every once in a while. That's normal. It's just the wheel of life. However, if that happens, just remember to go back to your original intentions. Why are you doing this in the first place? At that point, Zeth started crying even harder. June chuckled, his laugh sounding endearing. Come on, man. Don't cry. You're making me look bad here. Then, June patted Zeth's shoulder. It was accompanied by a flowery caption, saying, an unexpected brotherhood between two handsome trainees. Along with Zeth's sniff, June heard another sniff from his side. He frowned as he turned to the side, expecting Jisung to be the one crying. However, much to his surprise, it was actually Jae-young. What the hell? He muttered. You're crying? Akira guffawed as he strongly patted Jaeyoung's back. You've become a crybaby, leader. You didn't even cry like this in Raven. I can't believe you already cried twice because of June. Twice? June asked. I told you back then, Akira said. Jae-young cried after your performance. Jang-moon laughed while looking at Jae-young, too. Not going to lie, I was close to tears. There. Thankfully, Jae-young saved me from a round of tears. Why'd you even cry? June asked. Jae-young cleared his throat and looked away. You always say the right stuff. No kidding, Akira said. You made me cry when we spoke that one time too. He made me cry, too, Jisung shyly admitted. When he told us about the real meaning of I love you, don't leave, I don't love you, don't leave. At this point, you should open psychology services, Akira said. How come you always know what to say? I don't, June said. June just says what he wants. He never expected others to be comforted by it. Look! CJ exclaimed, pointing at the comments on the corner of the screen. The comments are switching up. I cried. Our black kitty's so well-spoken. My middle finger's up. These are for all the people who threw hate at June for the past week. This dude is a black cat with 9 lives. He had been murdered twice by the media this week, but he somehow managed to bounce back. Cerealists aren't so noisy now, are they? I admit my mistake. June's a good guy. I still hate him. Cerealists stand by what they said. Oh, come on, guys. June's actually a good person. He even comforted Zeth. I'm a Cerealist and a June fan now. What are you guys called again? We still don't have a name. He's the most perfect person to exist. Mimi shouted as she stood up from the couch. Once again, the 3 members of Girls' Evolution had gathered to watch the latest episode of Rising Stars. It had been a weekly tradition for them now. And Mimi's craziness for June grows each day. Their performance had just finished airing, and the comments section was now a haven of positivity. Everybody who doubted Team Aces switched up as their performance concluded. Everybody called it a legendary stage, and the song skyrocketed to #1 on the biggest music site in Korea. I can't believe this, Sasha said. How does this kid improve so fast? I was impressed by his vocals, but I also noticed his dance. Being the main dancer of the group, Sasha paid more attention to the dancers. She couldn't deny the exponential improvement that happened with June's dance skills. His dance lines had gotten prettier, and his footwork more precise. Sasha nodded in approval. This guy can pass off as a lead dancer now. The episode concluded with Team Aces taking the spotlight. The song they sang trended worldwide, and June's name had been cleared. Of course, there were still some insect-like fans who didn't want to acknowledge his performance, but it was 100 times better than the past week. Jia, who had become irrevocably in love with June when the episode ended, decided that the whole world deserved to know how talented June really was. So, without hesitation, she went to Facebook, a popular social media application for the older generation. Then, she went to a Hwan fan page, where over 1 million members were a part of. Without hesitation, he posted June's outro on the page before quickly shutting the laptop. What she didn't know was the post would garner 1 million likes overnight. Oh my goodness! Grandma jumped excitedly as June entered their apartment. He's here. He's really here. June looked at Grandma with wide eyes, and then he glanced at Minjun, asking what was wrong with the old lady. Minjun sighed and gently pushed Grandma away. You're acting like he's a celebrity. You see him almost every day. However, that didn't stop Grandma from looking at June with wide, googly eyes. What happened? June warily asked, feeling apprehensive because of Grandma's attention. Minjun sighed and retrieved his phone from his pocket. You're really so clueless about everything. Here, he said, showing him the screen. Someone posted your solo part on Facebook, and now it has more than 2 million likes. What? June asked, skeptical of the number of likes. What page is this? Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. It's Hwan's fan page, one that has over 1 million members. Grandma's a part of that page. June paused. So, that explains the sudden shift in her attitude. She was looking at June like he was God's incarnate. Minjun clicked his tongue. You've once again earned another fanbase, bro. First, it was children, then with young adults, and now you have fans like my grandma over here. June frowned as he clicked on the post, scrolling through the comments. June is my son's age, but it's okay. I don't believe in age gaps as long as he is of legal age, hee. How do you buy stars on the Azure app? My grandson does not want to teach me. I like Juan, my granddaughter likes June. Now, we're fighting for June. My vision is blurry, but I can still see that June is handsome. This kind of talent is hard to come by. We, grandmother stans, support June. I will ask my son to send more allowance this month so I can send stars to June. June, I am 69, but I am still young at heart. Please message me when you see this. June scrolled with mixed feelings. Minjun was reading with him from behind his back, cracking up with every comment. The young kid patted his back and gave him a thumbs up. I hope you don't mind a 50-year age gap. June has been having a hard time after the video was posted. Back then, he could walk around their neighborhood without getting recognized. However, now, he was being stopped by people even when he just wanted to go to 7-star convenience store. And all of them were of the older generation. How could they recognize him so quickly when they had blurred vision? He even had to run away from a group of protesting old ladies. In the end, they were still able to catch up to him even with their arthritis. As expected, old people were scary, too. Moreover, Grandma hadn't stopped pestering him to join her morning Zumba classes at the park. She wanted to boast to her fellow old friends that she knew June from Rising Stars, and since June felt like he owed Grandma a lot, he decided to appease her requests. He just didn't know his cheeks would be sore after every 2-hour session because of the continuous cheek pinching from the old ladies. So, despite being a homebody, June was kind of thankful that he was now back in the Azure dorms. It's starting again, Akira groaned. Why do I feel like the break was so short? I know, Jang-moon agreed. We're down to the 3rd mission already. I feel like time is moving too quickly. All 75 trainees were gathered in the training center. They were dressed in casual clothes, some catching up after the 1-week-long break. A lot of them glanced at June, who had been the center of gossip for the past week. As June looked around, he realized that Alex and Hyunwoo were out for good. A knowing smirk appeared on his face as a pop-up emerged. Congratulations, host! You have completed the mission, kick someone out of the competition. Please pick an aspect to improve. June thought hard about this one. His vocals were already on the A tier, which was the highest among the trainees. His dance and visuals were at a tie on the B tier, which was already above average among all the trainees. Of course, he still lags behind the top 10 trainees, but he could already be considered talented. As for the rap, he probably wouldn't even rap for the duration of the competition. He's been singing until now, and he'll be singing until the end. So, for now, he decided to upgrade his visuals just in time for the 2nd elimination. Visual. Wise choice. Visual +1. Current grade, B+. CJ was staring at June when the upgrade happened, and he was taken aback by the aura he emanated in a split second. He scrubbed his eyes and took a double look at June. What the hell? Did he just get more handsome? His thoughts were interrupted when Hyerin and Miho entered the training center. The trainees erupted into applause as the pretty and handsome celebrities made their way to the front. It has been more than a week since they last saw each other, so seeing them today felt brand new. Hyerin immediately looked for someone among the sea of trainees, and then she saw him, June. She couldn't help but smile as she watched his nonchalant clapping. In reality, her mom had become a fan of June ever since his video went viral on Facebook, and she's been pestering Hyerin for a photo with him ever since. It was amazing how big June's reach had become. Her aunts and uncles were even asking for an autograph. It's definitely the first time she has seen an individual trainee be this popular on the show. It's been a while, trainees, Miho started off. I watched the previous episodes, and I must say that all of you have improved so much since the first mission. The trainees clapped, feeling proud of themselves. However, in Rising Stars, trainees have no time to relax, hiring continued. We shall now move on to our third mission, a staple for Rising Stars. Excited exclamations filled the room, while others dreaded the pressure and hardships that came along the new mission. Jun pursed his lips and thought hard about what the third mission could be. If it's a staple of Rising Stars, then that means they're going with the same third mission from the other seasons. Concept mission, Jun and Hiren said at the same time. Hiren's eyes sparkled as she elaborated. In the concept mission, each team will be assigned a song from a renowned producer from all across the borders. Miho's grin was infectious as he continued, "That's right. We're talking about original musical masterpieces created by famous producers, a true test of your skills and talent." So, this was the very first mission where Azure didn't change anything at all? The two other missions involved some kind of innovation, so this retention took the other trainees by surprise. Of course, there was still an element of anxiousness and anticipation, especially with the songs not being announced yet. This mission will push you to embrace different styles and concepts. It's an opportunity to show your adaptability and creativity on a whole new level. Miho's eyes gleamed with energy. And remember, it's not just about performing the song, it's about infusing it with your own signature style, creating a fusion that's uniquely yours. Hiren chimed in, "That's right. We've already produced 7 amazing songs, each with a unique concept. These songs vary from rap-heavy to rock-heavy, R&B, and more. Your challenge is to bring these songs to life with your performances." Jun leaned back, his cold expression unchanging as he listened attentively. Akira patted his shoulder. "I wish we'd be in the same team again." "Back off," Jangmoon said. "Big Brother and I would be on the same team." "And what? Give him a headache again?" CJ chimed. "I'd be on the same team as him." Jisung chuckled. "You'd also give him a headache." "I think I should be the one to be on the same team as Jun." Zeth, who was sitting next to them, suddenly turned around. "I feel like we'll be on the same team. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates." Jaeyoung shyly looked at them, wanting to say something, but quickly evaded his gaze when his eyes met with Jun. Jun sighed. The songs hadn't even been revealed, but they were already annoying him to death. Miho continued, "Now, here's the twist, the song choices have already been made for you. We've worked with a group of experts and chosen fans who have assigned each of you to a song that they believe suits you best. That means you won't have any choice in the matter. Your teammates, song, and concept are final once you are in your teams. Of course, the execution and story is still up to you," Hiren added. The trainees weren't too surprised by that. It was the same as the last season, too. "I can't wait to hear the songs. I want a sexy one." "A sexy one, pft. You look like a sea urchin. You wouldn't suit that concept. I wish there was a ballad like I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave." It was obvious that Temace's performance had left a tremendous impression on the other trainees. With the room growing more curious, Miho gestured to the large screen at the front. "All right, let's get started by revealing the first song," he announced. As the screen flickered to life, a familiar face was seen. Of course, Jun didn't know who it was. He merely kept up with K-pop idols because of Mei Ling, but she never really watched or talked about producers. It seemed like the others were excited for this guy, though. "Hello," the bearded Korean guy greeted. It's Hayes, and I'm here to present my song for the concept mission. Then various songs were shown on the screen: Go Go Boob by Exotic, D-Class by Spray Teens, and Drum Days by Dash. Now, June was familiar with those songs. Holy shit, Akira whispered by his side. I can't believe Hayes produced a song for Rising Stars. Azure brought up the scale for this season. Jisung nodded in agreement, looking at the screen with bright eyes. Then, a title appeared, Brown Sugar Milk Tea by producer Hayes. The screen shifted from Hayes to a practice room illuminated by a soft, cool glow, setting the tone for the bright and sentimental atmosphere of the song. Hayes began to explain. This song is all about that sweet and innocent feeling of first love, like the kind you'd experience back in high school. The choreography is designed to capture the youthful exuberance of that time, and the lyrics depict a love that's as sweet as brown sugar milk tea. June's gaze remained steady, listening intently to the song. The moves are playful, with a mix of joyful jumps and expressive hand gestures. It's all about conveying the happiness and warmth of falling in love for the first time. The song was bubbly, cute, and sweet, like brown sugar milk tea. The screen then played a short teaser of the song's choreography. The trainees watched in awe as the dancers on the screen brought the bright and bubbly choreography to life. The room seemed to light up with the promise of young love, and even June found himself subtly nodding in appreciation. However, he knew the song didn't suit him. Performing this song wouldn't be impossible, though. He knows just how unlucky he is when it comes to song choices. As the anticipation in the room grew, the scene shifted to another song. Jong, a well-known producer for idol bands, was shown on the screen, making band enthusiasts jump in surprise. He produced songs like Almost Sober by Bang Big, You Were Ugly by Day 69, and Happy Birthday by Ordinary Civilians. This track is all about raw emotions and the roller coaster of love. I have brought my signature pop-punk flair to this song, infusing it with electric guitar riffs and a high-energy tempo. The choreography for Break My Heart is going to take you back to the emo anthems of the early 2000s. It's intense, full of headbanging and powerful movements. The goal is to channel the emotions of heartbreak and defiance through your performance. The screen played a teaser of the choreography, and the trainees were immediately hit with the rebellious energy of the moves. The room seemed to transform into a rock concert, with the trainees already imagining themselves on stage, giving it their all. Again, June felt like he didn't suit the song well. Even when the third and fourth songs were shown, he felt like it didn't suit his style. He was starting to feel like a song wouldn't suit his taste. That is, until the fifth song came. The trainees couldn't help but feel excited as the next song came on. The first four songs already exceeded their expectations, and they were having a hard time picking from the song choices. However, when the next producer came on the screen, there seemed to be a collective agreement from all the trainees. The screen displayed the name PCAT, which caused gasps of anticipation and excitement to fill the air. Even June knew who he was. Hit songs from well-known K-pop idols have mostly been produced by PCAT. RNA by BTC, Flinch Mode by City Nightmare, Masochist by Red Polyester, and Super Confident by OLDSWEATS were only some songs from his discography. Miho and Hyerin grinned as they watched the trainees, completely aware of the reaction the name had garnered. Even idols like Hyerin aspired to perform a song by PCAT. Hello, it's PCAT, and I'm here to introduce you to my song, Skateboard Ride. PCAT's assistant took the opportunity to explain the song through the screen. PCAT's signature style shines through in Skateboard Ride. It's a true pop sound that feels both nostalgic and incredibly modern. The song captures the essence of today's K-pop hits, blending catchy melodies with a touch of familiarity that's sure to resonate with listeners. The screen displayed the title of the song, and the room buzzed with excitement, recognizing the name PCAT as a ticket to the industry. Even the start of the choreography already appeared to be a hit move. The assistant continued, the choreography for Skateboard Ride is nothing short of addictive. It's a combination of smooth moves and powerful gestures that perfectly complement the song's upbeat tempo. Moreover, it portrays the cool lifestyle of a skater, but that coolness always seemed to fall flat whenever his love interest is near. It's a cool song that speaks of a clumsy experience. Peacat added, the choreography plays with the concept of a skateboard ride, incorporating fluid gliding motions and playful footwork. You'll also find moments of synchronized moves that highlight the unity of your team. The screen played the choreography of the chorus, and the room was instantly filled with an energy that was hard to contain. The trainees watched in awe as the dancers on the screen executed the intricate steps with precision and flair. The choreography felt like a ride itself, with seamless transitions between dynamic group formations and solo moments that allowed each trainee to shine. "This is it," Seth exclaimed, completely enamored by the pop song. "It has to be this." "Damn," CJ said. "I want to perform this one." "I like this song a lot," Akira said in exasperation. "It has equal song and rap parts. I can already imagine myself performing it." Jisung nodded as the song finished. He was also determined to perform this one. Jang Moon screamed out loud. "This is mine." Find the new ST Evils on n//velbin.com. Jun's demeanor remained composed, but a spark of something ignited within him as he contemplated the opportunity to prove himself on a stage that was, quite literally, a skateboard ride towards success. Out of all the songs, Jun liked this one the most. However, it seemed like a lot of trainees also anticipated being picked for this song. Peacat definitely outdid himself with this one. Even after the teaser was shown, the trainees couldn't stop talking about it. Skateboard Ride left such a huge impression on the trainees that the sixth song was completely overshadowed. However, their attention was captured once more when the last song was presented. The title, "Tie Me Up" by Grivitunes, was shown on screen. The last producer was Grivitunes, the well-known rap producer duo. As judges on the rap show Show Me the Penny, the two have garnered attention from rap enthusiasts and the public alike. Now, whatever song they put out, it was a guaranteed hit in the K-hip-hop world. Hokey Pokey by Sicko, Instapic by Bean, Got a Sunday by Bihao, and Peter Dominic by Peter Dominic were all produced by them. "Whoa, what the hell?" Jae-young exclaimed through his calm demeanor. "How much budget does Azure have in this season? They've brought out the best producers for these songs." "This is bound to be good," Akira said. "But I don't rap. My mind is set on a skateboard ride, though," Zeth said. "I can't have any other song." With the excitement still lingering in the air, the song played through the high-quality speakers. Jun was surprised when he heard the sexy song intro. It was slow, sensual, and felt a bit dangerous. It had a very different vibe compared to the rest of the songs, one that would be hard to pull off. Grivitunes' voices resonated through the room. This song takes a unique approach. It's heavily focused on rhythmical rap, with the chorus being the main vocal part. The addicting, sexy intro sets the tone, drawing you in with a strong rap that demands attention. The song was very rap-heavy. Almost all of the verses, and even the bridge, were centered around rap. The chorus, too, despite having a vocal undertone, felt more like singing rap. The choreography, however, was a whole other story. It was definitely on the sexier side, with the dancers embodying the title, "Tie Me Up." With the red lights and revealing outfits, it felt like they were in a BDSM club. As the song continued, Jun frowned when some of the parts weren't filled with lyrics. Grivitunes quickly explained the situation. But here's the catch, some parts of the song are intentionally missing. The essence of a rapper lies in their ability to fill in the blanks with their own style and flow. So, we're giving this chance to have the performing trainees incorporate their own rap verses into the song. A murmur of surprise and excitement swept through the room. The people who originally wanted to perform the song were now skeptical. They had to learn new choreography, embody the song, and write rap verses all at the same time? No thanks. June, too, wanted to avoid the song at all costs. It ticked off all the things he couldn't do. 1. Rap. 2. Write a rap verse. 3. Be sexy. So, all in all, it was a song he definitely couldn't perform. Again, Miho reiterated. The songs have already been chosen for you, so don't be disappointed when you don't get the song you want. The trainees already accepted that decision since it has been a norm since the first season. However, they were fools to believe that this mission wouldn't have some kind of twist. Trainees, Miho's voice cut through the excited tension. Although the mission has stayed the same, there will be some minor changes because of the implementation of the live eliminations. June frowned. He did find it strange how they were given the third mission before the live eliminations. We care for the quality of your performances, so we wanted to give you more time to prepare for the songs, especially since they are originals, Hiring continued. Cared about us, my ass. June could already feel what the next announcement would be. The second eliminations will happen 2 days from now, but we're already establishing the teams for the concept mission, Miho said. This means that after the teams have been established, and you start preparing for your performances, 23 trainees will be leaving the competition. Shocked gasps were heard in the room. June shook his head. They're acting like it wasn't already obvious. Hiren's words followed, we understand that this is a challenging twist, but it's also an opportunity for each of you to showcase your growth and determination. We believe that the performances you deliver as part of these teams will truly reveal your potential. The initial atmosphere of excitement began to change to worry as their announcement continued. For now, all teams will have 10 to 11 members each. However, as you reveal your songs, the final number of members will also be shown. After the second elimination, Miho continued. Some groups will have excess numbers while some will lack members. So, in the end, the teams with excess members will have no choice but to kick out some of their members, even when you've already made progress. CJ, with his brows furrowed, voiced what many were thinking. I get that it's a competition and all, but isn't it kind of unfair to suddenly change up the teams after we've been practicing and bonding with our current members? Don't worry, Jangmoon said. You'd probably leave before that happens. You have nothing to worry about. CJ cursed and pulled some of his hair, causing Jangmoon to groan in pain. Steele frustratedly sighed. I mean, we've been working hard to work on a song, but now they're saying that we might end up with a different concept? It feels like we're being set up to fail. Jae-young clicked his tongue. I don't like this. Akira shook his head. You don't even have anything to worry about. You're probably not going to get kicked out. For June, it seemed overly complicated. However, he also wanted to applaud Azure for coming up with these crazy twists in the competition. Let's not waste any time, Miho said. The last place trainee, please come to the front and get your room card. Afterward, you may leave the room and wait for your teammates. Jangmoon went to the front and acted like his room card was top secret. In reality, nobody was paying attention to him since the other trainees were already engrossed in their own conversations. Have you guys thought of the song you want to perform? Jisung asked while waiting for their turn to perform. Akira smiled. Although Skateboard Ride is good, I want something cute this time. I've only been flaunting my vocal skills until now, so Brown Sugar Milk Tea is a good choice. I bet June would suit that song, too. June glared at him. Don't jinx it. Ah, Akira teased, pinching his cheek. Where's the cute guy who sang the little meow meow song? Jun clicked his tongue and removed Akira's hand from his cheeks. I want to perform Skateboard Ride, Jaeyoung said. It's by P-Cat. It will definitely place high on the music charts. Zeth once again turned around. Skateboard Ride is a good song. I guess I'll see you there, Jay. I'm already manifesting to get the song. Don't you want to go to Tie Me Up? It's the only rap song out of the bunch, Jaeyoung asked. Too much work, honestly. I could ask the same thing to you, Zeth chimed. Same thoughts, Jaeyoung answered. It'd be all right if it was an existing song. But it's a new one. New dance. New lyrics. New tune. It'd be hard to make rap on top of it, too. As expected, popular trainees thought the same as Jun. As the time came for Jun to make his way to his assigned room, Hyerin couldn't help but show her excitement. She smiled at him and said, "Good luck." He nonchalantly nodded before grabbing his room card. Hyerin sighed disappointedly at his lackluster reaction. He entered the room, expecting to be met with at least 3 people. However, much to his surprise, only one person was there, Xin, an independent trainee and one of Hoon's lackeys. Xin's face twisted into a scowl when he saw Jun, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. Ever since the face reveal incident, the other independent trainees haven't been bothering him. However, it was obvious they still didn't like Jun at all. The room was engulfed in silence as the two of them didn't talk. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long for their next members to come in. Bin and Steele came in with hopeful smiles on their faces. I hope we perform Skateboard Ride, Bin said. I think we can pull it off really well. The door opened once more, and Lin Ji came in, causing Jun to internally sigh. Him again? Lin Ji's eyes brightened up when he saw Jun sitting in the middle. You're here? He chimed, pushing Steele to sit next to Jun. This is going to be fun. Ever since their last performance, Lin Ji realized how good of a leader Jun truly was. As much as he hated to admit it, their performance wouldn't have gone so well if it wasn't for him. Because of this, he wanted to perform with Jun again. It seems like everything he performs becomes iconic, and he wanted to be a part of that. Jun was definitely reliable. It felt like he had a lot of wisdom, too. But for Lin Ji, that was more of a flaw. Jun had too much of a hero complex. In the end, he'll be the one with the short end of the stick. Lin Ji smiled knowingly as he continued looking at Jun. T from N, 0/V/LB and /co/M. Stupid Jun. You remind me so much of Jun Hao. The peace was once again disrupted when Jackson, the loudest popular trainee among all contestants, entered the room with a smug smile. Jun sighed as he watched the handsome kid fist bump with everyone in the room. Even though they hadn't been in the same group before, he could already gauge Jackson's personality, like an extroverted frat boy. Jun already had a hunch that their team would have the highest-ranked trainees once more. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. The lowest ranked among them was Xin, who's currently at rank 39, and the second lowest was him. Daeho, another trainee that Jun hadn't been acquainted with, entered the room. If Jackson was the frat boy of the group, this kid seemed to be the model student, someone who went to classes early, aced all his subjects and even had time to go to church. Then, the unthinkable happened. Jaeyoung, ranked 4th, came into the room, which sent the others into a state of excitement. Jaeyoung's here too? Lin Ji loudly exclaimed. This will be a damn good stage. Oh damn, the others started exclaiming in shock when Casper, too, entered the room. June observed the way he seamlessly joined the conversation. It was a reminder of the connections he had formed with the other trainees. Casper looked up for a second, meeting June's eyes, and then he softly smiled. June awkwardly smiled back. He guesses Casper wouldn't be too hard to work with. As soon as Casper came in and their team was still yet to be full, June knew who would be coming next. Zeth walked in, his presence instantly brightening the atmosphere with his confidence and enthusiasm. However, as he walked past Casper, there was a slight tension between them. Nonetheless, they seemed to be pretty civil, so June didn't have to worry about another fight breaking out at least. "Little bro," Zeth excitedly ran to where June was, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Seems like we're on the same team again. Let's make another legendary stage." "MH," June merely hummed. June glanced at the circle they'd formed, observing the 10 trainees he was going to perform with. "I have a good feeling about this team," Ben said, breaking the silence. "Let's get along well from now on." Chimes of agreement were heard in the room, and June wondered if he was dreaming. There wasn't any tension within the team, no weird feeling. It was the very first time he had felt like this during the team selections. The production crew gestured to the sticker-covered stand next to them. The trainees knew the moment had arrived, they were now going to reveal their song. The air became thick with anticipation as the trainees awaited to reveal their assigned song. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jackson's enthusiastic presence decided to take the lead. With a Cheshire grin, Jackson stepped forward. All right, he said, rubbing his hands together as he leaned against the stand. "Let's get this party started." He livened up the atmosphere like a real party host. If he does debut, he'd earn a reputation and become popular in fanfics as someone who hosts a huge party for other idols. "Now that we're here to reveal our song, I've got to know, what's on everyone's minds? What song do you all want to perform?" The trainees exchanged glances, and from the looks of it, they seemed to agree on the song selection. "Definitely Skateboard Ride. The song is just so catchy, and I can already imagine the choreography being amazing," Steele said. Lin Shi passionately agreed. "Oh, absolutely. Skateboard Ride would be such a hit. I might just kill someone if I don't get that song," he jokingly said, but June internally rolled his eyes. He would do that, wouldn't he? "Well, let's hope it is Skateboard Ride." "I also want that song," Jackson said. Casper's calm voice added to the unanimous consensus. "I think we're all on the same page here." June had a good feeling about the song reveal. He was teammates with both the first-ranked and second-ranked trainees. As far as he knows, they had always performed the song they wanted to perform. June guesses they were just born with it. June, on the other hand, never ended up with the song he had desired. However, with their presence, there might actually be a change. I can't wait any longer," Jackson agitatedly said. "I'll reveal it now." With deliberate slowness, he peeled back the sticker. He was taking too damn long. "I thought you couldn't wait any longer," June muttered under his breath. However, Zeth seemed to have heard him as he chuckled and ruffled June's hair. Fortunately, Jackson sped up and removed the sticker, revealing the word Skateboard Ride. Cheers immediately erupted in the room. Ben and Steele even jumped up in happiness as they realized they were going to perform a song by P-Cat. "Yes!" Xin said, raising his fist in the air. He was elated that he was going to perform a good song, but other than that, he felt like he could suck up to the fame of his fellow trainees and finally rise in the ranks. As the others celebrated their assigned song, June read the other contents of the board. Skateboard Ride by P-Cat. And beneath that was a number 8. After the song reveal, the team decided to watch the performance video before delegating the parts. June felt a dreadful feeling in the pit of his stomach. Things have been going pretty well so far, but the part distribution always seemed to tear the teams apart. Lin Ji, who had taken the role of the leader after much deliberation, sat at the very center, leaning against the mirror. Originally, Casper and Zeth both volunteered to be the leaders. However, the group was torn on who to vote for. It was exactly 50-50ths. So, in the end, Zeth and Casper both agreed that they'd step down and have another person become the leader since they'd already experienced being one in their past groups. Nobody but Lin Ji volunteered to be the leader, so he automatically took the title. It says here that we should duplicate 2 roles for the moment. I don't think we should duplicate the mains, so why don't we use the sub-vocal one and the sub-rapper one, he suggested. I don't have any problems with that, Steele said. Me too, the others agreed. Surprisingly, Lin Ji was doing a pretty good job at leading the part distribution. Well, he's always been good at distribution, even back then. Drug distribution, that is. And then let's start with the main vocal, Lin Ji continued. Zeth raised his hand, causing the others to pay attention to him. After listening to the song, I can't help but let his voice come into mind, he started off. Then, he looked around until his gaze met with June's. I think June should be the main vocalist this time around. Again, June was expecting a lot of protests to go around the room. Although there were currently more rappers on the team, some of the trainees would definitely want the main vocalist position, too. June cleared his throat, ready to show them that he was meant for the main vocalist part when they all started agreeing with Zeth's suggestion. Yeah, I think that'd be good, Lin Ji said. I like the sub-vocal one's part anyway. And I think June also suits the main vocalist part the most. That's fine with me, Casper said. I'll also become the sub-rapper one. You guys decide who the main rapper will be. I'll be the other sub-vocal one, Steele said. I also think June's voice would stand out as the main vocalist. He's the most skilled one out of all the trainees. Then, is it all right if I become the main rapper? Zeth asked. These are the parts one really liked. No problem for me, Bin said. I'll take sub-rapper too. And I'll take the other sub-rapper one position, Jackson chimed. There's a solo dance for it, and I believe I'll pull it off well. Then, I'll be sub-vocal too, Daeho quickly said. If that's all right with all of you. Fine with me, Xian said, smiling since he didn't have a lot to practice for. The sub-vocal 3 part was definitely the easiest to execute, and Xian felt like he could relax during this mission and let the others carry the performance. June watched the scene before him with utter awe. He glanced at the clock and saw that the part distribution only took a few minutes. How did that make any sense? How about you, little bro? Zeth asked, making him snap out of his thoughts. Huh? June asked, confused since he wasn't paying attention. They chuckled as they looked at June's confused face. About the parts, Zeth said. Can you be the main vocalist? Sure, June quickly said. I'll be the main vocalist. Great! Zeth exclaimed, clapping his hands. I guess that's settled then. Shall we go ahead and learn the choreography? Their other teammates stood up as if this was the norm in every group. What the hell? Things are going so smoothly. Was this what it's supposed to be like? 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, Zeth counted, finishing off the last part of the chorus. Zeth and Casper took the initiative to become their dance leaders, meaning they watched the choreography video that the producers had made and were now teaching the dance to the team. Casper went around and pointed out some flaws in the others' movements. Your fingers are spread out. Think of it as a salute, he said to Xian, guiding his hands. And Lin Ji. Your knees should be at a right angle during this movement. It'll look sharper that way, Zeth pointed out. Let's do the chorus once again, Casper said, playing back the music. The team members assumed their temporary positions for the chorus and danced while looking at themselves in the mirror. Despite only practicing for less than 2 hours, they already got the first verse, pre-chorus, and chorus done. Their progress was impeccable for an idol trainee team. Zeth clapped loudly as soon as another round was finished. He then looked at his wristwatch and bit his lip. We still have quite a lot of time. So, do you guys want to perform the chorus one by one so we can point out the lacking parts of our dance? He asked. I'm down for that, Steele said. That helped us a lot when we did it in our past team. It sure did, Bin chimed. I'll go first. Bin stood center and started dancing to the choreography. He was definitely a very good dancer, and it was also evident in his stats. The kid has risen to an A at this point in the competition. The others followed suit, and it couldn't be denied that there was a lot of talent in this team. Even Xian, whose rank fell below 30, had improved a lot through the course of the competition. That's probably why they're having a very smooth practice until now. Sure, June was in a very talented team during the last mission, but it was obvious that they had different views on the song when they first started practicing. This time, though, a concept was laid out in front of them, so it was easier to gather and implement ideas. June, Zeth said, a bit out of breath after dancing. It's your turn. June looked around and saw his teammates all looking at him. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't even notice it was only him who hadn't performed. June sighed and went to the center. His teammates sat in front of him, leaning against the mirror while looking at him with non-anticipating eyes. It was clear that they didn't put June's dancing in high regard. At the end of the day, he was still the main vocalist. And up until now, he's still branded as a mediocre dancer because of the impression he made during his auditions. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. And although he still doesn't think of himself as a very proficient dancer, June believes he has improved a lot. He was now at the B tier, and thanks to Grandma inviting him to her Zumba class for the past week, his stamina and agility had also improved. Whenever you're ready, Casper said, hovering his hand over the music player. I'm ready, June said, just wanting to get this over with. As the music began to play, the trainees' attention shifted to June. At first, they watched indifferently, just wanting to be respectful. However, their indifference quickly turned to surprise when June started moving. They couldn't help but be shocked by the transformation in June's dancing. It was as if he had awakened a skill no one had previously witnessed. The surprise was genuine, their astonishment evident in the subtle widening of their eyes. Lin Ji's surprise was more introspective. He remembered his own assessment of June's dancing during the previous mission. June was definitely worse than him back then. Why does it feel like he's better than him now? Xian's frown deepened as he watched June. He had known June to be reserved and somewhat aloof, but this level of improvement was baffling. His thoughts echoed those of his teammates. How had June managed to progress so rapidly? Bin's astonishment was equally noticeable. They were both in Team Abyss during the first mission, and he recalled him to be a clumsy dancer back then. Since when has he danced this well? June continued to move with ease, his attitude remaining nonchalant. And although he didn't put much emotion into his moves, it was still a very good performance. Arguably, the most effortless out of all of them. It definitely wasn't perfect, with a few underdanced movements here and there. However, compared to his past self, this change was astronomical. It looked like he wasn't even trying. And then, as the music came to an end, June finished his performance with a subtle bow before going back to his seat. His teammates were stunned to silence as they tried to process what just happened. "Holy shit," Seth exclaimed. "Since when were you so good at dancing, little bro?" The trainees once again gathered in the training room they had dreaded. Only one day had passed since they were given the songs, yet Rising Stars already expected them to perform the whole song. "Can you believe it?" Miho said to his other mentors, looking at the group of trainees coming in. "They look like they've grown so much." Bone chuckled as he observed Miho's fond expression. "Do you think of them as your kids now?" "No," Miho defended. "I just feel like it's going too fast." "Stop denying it," Ji-hyun teased. "You've become a fan of these boys, haven't you?" Miho shook his head with an amused smile. "You're talking about me? I heard you went to the Azure headquarters when June was about to get kicked out. You're the fan here." Ji-hyun raised her hands in surrender. "I'm not denying it." Hyerin chuckled. "Not going to lie. June got me, too. But I bet Gun over here's the one he got the most." Gun looked up from his phone and glared at them. "Shut up. I wasn't even saying anything." "Which is strange," Woojin chimed. "You haven't bashed June ever since the second elimination. Did something happen between the two of you?" Gun's face flushed as he remembered the shit incident in the toilet. Until now, he can't make eye contact with June and the janitor, who apparently held a grudge against him for tainting his lucky plunger. With his lack of response, his fellow mentors started teasing him. "You've developed a soft spot for him, haven't you?" Hyerin teased, nudging his shoulder. Gun clicked his tongue and gently pushed her away. "I haven't," he defensively said. "And I'll prove it to you. Let's have them go first. Then, I'll let you know if I've developed a soft spot for him." The other mentors appeared like they didn't believe him, making Gun roll his eyes. He then took the microphone and decided to disobey the script and have June's team perform first. "Skateboard ride, please come center stage," Gun said, surprising the others. Usually, the highest-ranked team will perform last, but Gun was determined to prove his point. Their team quickly rose up to their seats and lined up in front of the judges. "Good morning, mentors," Lin Ji said as their leader. "We are Team Risers." "Risers, huh?" Ji-hyun asked. "Quite fitting for the song and this show." "Thank you," Lin Ji bowed, feeling proud of himself for coming up with the name. "Don't waste any more time," Gun said, directing his gaze to June. The latter wasn't looking at him, which made him a bit annoyed. And why the hell is this kid becoming more handsome every week? Is he drinking some kind of magical potion or something? They started out with a loose formation, representing the carefree spirit of riding a skateboard. Riding through the streets, heart racing like a beat. Loves a skateboard ride, unpredictable and sweet. As the main vocalist, June sang the first lines. It was a first for him to start the song, and the audience was immediately enamored as he sang his lines. As the lyrics mentioned falling down and getting back up, they mimed stumbling and quickly rising again, symbolizing a young boy's perseverance. But no matter how we try, no matter how we glide, can't seem to impress, even with our style. It's like a challenge set, an endless uphill climb. Fighting for a chance to make you change your mind. The pre-chorus was a rap combination by Zeth and Casper, livening up the atmosphere. Although they only had one day to master the choreography and get the vibe of the song down, they were doing such a very good job. June stood at the center during their lines, his movements smooth and confident, reflecting the growth of his skills. Skateboard ride, loves a wild ride. Falling down the curb, swallowing my pride. Boo, you suck, a little kid shouts. Yet all that's in my mind is how to ask you out. Even after the chorus, Gun's gaze was still focused on June. He frowned as he watched his movements, feeling confused by his sudden improvement. June was one of the worst dancers at the start of the show. New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN/co/M. But now, he doesn't look too weird with other ace dancers like Casper and Zeth. Surely, the others' movements looked more fluid and professional than his, but the progress within less than 2 months left him speechless. No ollie or flip trick can win your heart away. Even as we spin and twist, I still can't find a way. It's like a half-pipe dream, too high to reach the top. But I'll keep on writing, never gonna stop. For the bridge part, they split into pairs, mirroring each other's movements. June's partner, XIN, imitates a fall, and he extends his hand, helping him up. It wasn't only a technically impressive performance. It was also fun and theatrical in a way. June's stable vocal power shone as he belted out the lines, his voice capturing the essence of the pop song. If P-Cat could hear his voice right now, he'd definitely feel satisfied. Ji-hyun gaped at the performance before her. Her full attention was on June, and she feels that he's doing the best in the team despite having higher-ranked trainees with him. For the last line, they formed a line resembling skateboard riders in a group, with fluid spins that seamlessly transitioned to powerful jumps. I'm just a skater boy, caught up in your snare. You're the girl next door, with that twinkle that's rare. As the song gradually faded, the room erupted into excited applause. Is it too late to give up? Maybe in my next life, I'll be able to perform the song. They should have gone last. Team risers went back to their line formation, a bit out of breath, waiting for the mentors to give their comments. The other mentors pushed the mic toward Gun, urging him to be the first one to speak. June wasn't expecting a lot, especially since Gun was the first one to speak. He's probably going to pick on something from the performance. Gun placed the microphone beneath his mouth and let out a deep breath. It was good. Holy shit. Things were actually going pretty well for once. This was the very first time June's team wasn't scolded during the interim evaluations. The look on the mentors' faces reflected that they liked the performance as well. Even though the performance still feels incomplete, I feel like you guys are very cohesive as a team, Gun continued. Zeth and Casper definitely stood out during their raps and center parts, so I would look into that. Make sure they don't overshine the others. Gun then cleared his throat before glancing at June. June too, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Ji-hyun smirked and nudged his shoulder. Make it louder, Gun. The others can't hear you. Gun pursed his lips and brought the mic to his lips. June stood out too. The other vocalists should keep up. With that, he passed the mic to Miho, who had an amused smile on his face. June, too, had a small smirk on his face. This was also the first time Gun gave him a genuine compliment, aside from the shit incident. Hyerin took the mic from Miho and smiled at all the members. For me, this was a really good performance. Considering the fact that you've only prepared for a day, I must say that you're heading in the right direction. Just make sure to incorporate the concept into a storyline of some sort. And I think it's best if you think about how to put more individuality into your performance. Will do, mentor, Lin-Ji said, a wide smile on his lips. If there's one thing I will point out, the stage just feels a bit expected, Hyerin said. Of course, it is expected that you guys do well since all of you are very talented trainees. However, if you don't do anything particularly grand, some fans might find it ordinary. The team members listened to her advice intently. And one more thing, she added. XIN's dancing needs more improvement. He sometimes lags behind during the fast movements. It isn't overly noticeable, but it's one thing you can focus on. Yes, mentor, Xin responded, bowing his head. We will practice more. Well, I think that's it, Jihyun said. They said all that they could say. Ah, right. I want to say one thing before the next team comes. She turned to June and gave him a thumbs up. You've improved immensely since the start of the show. Keep it up, June. Jihyun was hoping that her comment would bring a smile to his face. However, he merely bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, mentor. Jihyun's lips twisted into a pout. All right, let's have the next team. The other teams performed what they had prepared so far, and undoubtedly, Team Risers did the best out of all of them. The others weren't as nearly prepared as they were, and it seemed like the winner had already been decided. The team who performed the worst was definitely Tie Me Up. The additional responsibility of making some of the rap verses placed a huge burden on the members, and even their highest-ranked member, Sihoon, who's currently in 25th place, struggled to keep their performance afloat. Brown Sugar Milk Tea and Break My Heart, which were performed by Akira's and Jisung's teams, respectively, came in at a close second when it came to positive comments. All new Haptors NNV.com. However, it wasn't even close. Skateboard Ride left the best impression on the judges and the trainees. In the towering glass expanse of Phoenix Entertainment Building, where dreams were both nurtured and shattered, Alex and Hyunwoo trailed behind their CEO, Kim Young-doo, like penitents seeking mercy. Sir Kim, please, you have to understand, Alex implored. This scandal was blown out of proportion. We didn't mean for it to come to this, we were just caught in a bad situation. Hyunwoo's gaze was equally desperate as he added that Choi Jun-ho only wanted to ruin our careers. Maybe you can sweep this under the rug and keep us in Rising Stars? Protect us by saying we aren't the ones in the photo or something. Young-doo sighed heavily, his footsteps coming to a halt as he turned to face the duo. Alex, Hyunwoo, he began. You both were given opportunities many would envy. We saw potential in you, and we invested time, resources, and effort to mold you into stars. He paused for a second and looked into their pleading eyes. But this scandal, it's not just a minor hiccup. It's tarnished your reputation and the company's image. We can't simply overlook it. In Phoenix, we believe in second chances, Young-doo continued, sounding as professional as ever. But this was your last chance. Our decision will affect not only your careers but the reputation of this company as well. Besides, haven't we paid for your bail? Just think of it as separation pay from the company, he chuckled, preparing to walk away. Frustration and desperation had reached a boiling point for Alex and Hyunwoo. As the CEO's stern words echoed in the corridor, Alex couldn't bear it any longer. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. CEO Kim, please, give us another chance, he begged, his hands gripping at the hem of his suit. We'll do anything to make things right again. Please, we're begging you. Rising Stars was also our last chance. Kim Young-doo regarded him with a cool detachment. He looked down at Alex and smirked. Young man, you must understand that Phoenix Entertainment cannot afford to have anyone tarnish its name. Our pure reputation is everything. Hyunwoo's frustration finally snapped, so he stepped forward. Pure reputation, my ass. And what about the crimes hidden among these walls? The company is far from perfect, CEO Kim. You can't just pretend like everything is pristine. Kim Young-doo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Oh. You think you can expose the secrets of Phoenix Entertainment, do you? Go ahead, Hyunwoo. Tell the world about your accusations. But who will believe druggies like you? Alex and Hyunwoo were stunned. The CEO, who had believed them over Choi Junho in the past, now looked at them like they were merely gum on the bottom of his shoe. So, this was the reality of life? As Young Do turned to walk away, the security guards moved in to restrain Alex and Hyunwoo and throw them out of the building. Alex's and Hyunwoo's pride had been trampled all over, and this time, they had enough. As they gazed at the building that once homed them, the familiar poster of rising stars made its way to their view. That pink fucking mask sent an indescribable anger to their core. And then, with a tone that dripped with venom, Hyunwoo's voice cut through the air like a blade. It's Choi Junho's fault, and he must pay. Fucking hell. They're really going to put us through this shit again? I swear, if the next special MC uses that same slow technique of announcing as Jordan Lee, I'll be dropping out on the show. You're ranked 69th. You're going to be dropped out no matter what. The trainees have settled in the wide familiar studio, where the live eliminations will be taking place. Everybody seemed to be more on edge than the first eliminations because they were in the middle of practicing their concept mission songs. They were currently seated according to their previous teams, and Jun didn't feel the nervous energy in Team Aces compared to when he was seated with Team Abyss back then. It must be the confidence that they're definitely going to make it. Little bro, let's sit together, Zeth exclaimed after arriving with Ren. Jisung glanced at Zeth and smiled as he sat next to Jun on the other side. After all the trainees were seated, the production team wasted no time in calling out the mentor announcer for the week. The automatic sliding doors opened and revealed Hyerin, who was wearing a short black dress and her waist-length hair straightened. Her makeup was characterized by a red lip, and the trainees couldn't help but exclaim as they laid their eyes on her. They see Hyerin almost every week, but seeing her under this light was still fascinating. As Hyerin glanced around the room, she felt a sense of satisfaction go through her veins. Being born pretty, she's always had a superiority complex. Of course, she was well aware of it. After becoming an idol, her princess syndrome developed too, and she believes that there's not a single man on this earth that wouldn't be attracted to her. At least, Hyerin thought there wasn't. Until June came around. As her eyes settled on the black-haired trainee, Hyerin subtly frowned when she saw he still wasn't looking at her. Instead, he appeared to be deep in thought. I'll forgive you for now, Hyerin said in the back of her mind. You seem to be nervous about the elimination. Meanwhile, in the trenches of June's mind. I miss my Benbon gummies. As the trainees settled down from their excitement, the production team didn't give them any time to breathe as the sliding doors opened again, revealing the night's special MC. Hyerin, who wasn't aware of who it was, also turned around with a friendly smile on her face. However, her smile quickly faltered when she saw who it was. Exclaims of excitement, arguably even louder than before, resonated in the studio. It's Nana! This is my first time seeing her in person. Damn, she's really pretty. She can punch me in the face, spit in my mouth, tell me I'm worthless, and I'll gladly accept it. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Hyerin clenched her jaw as her rival idol stood next to her. The two of them standing side by side looked like a painting straight out of the Renaissance period. Their innocent images were both praised online, and seeing them in real life was an out-of-body experience for most of the trainees. Hyerin observed Nana and saw that her eyes were directed at the seemingly uninterested trainee. Hyerin narrowed her eyes slightly. They really do have similar tastes. Good evening, trainees, Hyerin started off, going back to her professional self. From 100 to 75, and now we're going down to 50. The second live elimination marks another start in your journey as idols. And although this will be the end for some of you, I want you to know that things never really end, it just marks a new beginning, Nana said, a heartfelt smile on her face. The trainees were awed in response, feeling touched by her sincerity. Hyeren wanted to scoff and roll her eyes. It was obviously a scripted line. Right at this moment, the starlights are still dropping in their votes. But in the count of 10, the votings will officially close. The countdown flashed on screen, each number being shown accompanied by a booming sound. The sound echoed in their ears, mimicking the loud sound of their hearts. As the screen showed 0, Hyeren and Nana both faced the front once more. "Let the eliminations begin," they said in unison, and Azure's signature tension-filled background music filled the studio. "I can never get used to this," Jisung said by Jun's side. Jun patted his back once to comfort him. "You'll survive." "Let us first start off with the 49th place," Nana announced. Jun couldn't help but glance at CJ and Jangmoon. As much as he found the two annoying, they were actually pretty good people. And being ranked only in the 50s and 70s, Jun felt like this was going to be the last time he's going to see the other two. "This trainee is from Botalicious," Nana characterized, and Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. The spotlight was placed on their team, each of them looking pale and sweaty, like they needed to take a huge, watery dump. He has surprised the mentors with his sudden improvement, proving their original notions to be false. He was also a rapper in the second mission, she added, which meant CJ could be one of them. "Trainee CJ. Please come up the stage," she excitedly said, and the trainees erupted into applause. CJ stayed seated, not believing his ears. Jangmoon nudged his shoulder with a teary smile. "It's you, bro. You've made it. Holy shit!" CJ exclaimed out loud, and because this was a live stream, the production crew wasn't able to censor it. Yena and Yejin's facepalmed on the side of the stage. "Ha ha ha ha. Did this guy actually make it? Good for him. He looks happy. I gave some of my bonus stars to him because he is Jun's friend. He's always so funny on the show. Sucks that he's not that talented, but I'm glad he made it." CJ was still elated as he made his way to his seat, a huge smile on his face. However, he caught a glimpse of Jangmoon's sad smile from his seat, and he felt something tug at his heart. This tall, tree-like bastard should make it. The eliminations flashed by fast this time, and Jun was thankful that Nana and Hyeren didn't drag it out like Gun and Jordan Lee. "Now, we're down to the top 25. Mr. Chris," Alex said, the cap on his head hiding his face. It's only been less than a week since the scandal broke out, yet their looks had already degraded so much. Their eyes were bloodshot, under eyes were dark, and their unshaved faces looked unkempt. Azure's head of the editing team and past Phoenix employee, Chris Ong, glanced around the headquarters before pulling the two desperate boys inside his office. "What are you two doing here?" he said in a reprimanding voice. "You were supposed to protect us, right?" Hyunwoo said in a desperate tone. He hadn't brushed his teeth for days, so the smell of build-up plaque wafted through Chris' nostrils. He took a step back and breathed in some fresh air. Hyunwoo's breath alone should get him arrested for assault. "That's before you were exposed to be drug users," Chris said, an uncaring smile on his lips. "I'm sure you've already talked to CEO Kim. You know how Phoenix values its reputation. I'm surprised he even bailed you out of jail. I'm sure other companies wouldn't be so kind to do that." "The company has kicked us out," Alex said. "We didn't even do anything wrong. Drugs are fucking normal these days. More CEOs are using drugs compared to the two of us. I don't know why the company isn't giving us a chance." "Because you're in Korea, young man," Chris said. "Even if you were using drugs, you wouldn't be dumb enough to get caught while buying it." "It's not our fault," Hyunwoo screamed, making Chris cover his nose. "It's that Choi Jun-ho. I'm sure it was him who exposed the picture." Chris frowned and tilted his head to the side. "June? You're talking about trainee June? Yes, Alex said, his jaw clenching. I knew that bastard was acting innocent right from the start. He knew more than he let on, and he's shown his true colors now. How are you even so sure that it was him who posted the photo? I just know, Alex stubbornly said. That's why he needs to pay. Chris senses the murderous intent of the two eliminated trainees, so he slowly backs away. And you're going to help us, Mr. Chris, Hyunwoo smiled, his yellow grin sending a shiver down Chris' spine. Chris rummaged through his pockets for his phone, but Alex held onto his wrist, cornering him in the office. I believe I can't help you, Chris said, trying to look tough. I can't bring you back to the competition. That would be way too out of my power. We're not asking you to do that, Alex smirked. We just want one little favor from you, former boss, he continued. Get us on the set of Rising Stars right now. Chris frowned, pushing the young man away. I can't do that, too. They're currently filming the live eliminations. We know, they said in unison. And you'll be the one to take us there, Hyunwoo said, walking back and forth in front of him and playing with something in his hands. Otherwise, your wife might just find out that you're cheating on her with a perky intern. 25th, Sihoon. 24th, Johnny. 23rd, Jor. Nana glanced around until her eyes landed on a familiar trainee. This trainee's ranking has changed from the first eliminations, and I am pleased to announce that he is now in 22nd place. June got ready to stand up, leaning his elbows on his knees. This week, he definitely expected to have regressed in ranks. The bullying scandal had made a huge impact on his popularity, and it was also blown out of proportion during the first half of the week. As much as he wanted to deny it, Alex and Hyunwoo have definitely tarnished his name. There are still some loyalists who believe in the two druggies' words, so June is still receiving hate until now. He didn't know how it had impacted the fans who voted for him with stars before, but he guesses that they also probably gave the stars to someone else during the duration of the scandal. And even when the hate calmed down after Alex and Hyunwoo were exposed to be drug users, June knows that those 2 days probably weren't enough to raise his ranks. FIDDEU up TS on NOV/E/LN.com. Congratulations to trainee Bin. You are still in the running for Rising Stars. Murmurs of gossip resonated in the room, and even the viewers were surprised with his sudden drop in rank. What the hell? He's out of the top 20 now? His rank has been going down per week. I wonder what's happening. He hasn't done anything that surpassed his audition, so people aren't voting for him as much anymore. Reluctantly, Bin made his way to the stage and gave a melancholic speech. He definitely felt worried about his sudden drop in rank. 21st, Anthony. As the 21st trainee had been announced, June was expecting his name to be called next. If he didn't drop in ranks, he must have maintained it. Now, it's time for the top 20. Can you believe we've already made it this far? Hyeren asked Nana in fake excitement. Nana merely smiled. Without further ado, I present to you the 20th trainee. Trainee Akira, congratulations. You have made it into the top 20. Akira's name being announced as the 20th trainee caught both June and Akira by surprise. A look of astonishment crossed Akira's face, his eyes widening as he took in his jump of 9 places. Congrats, man. You deserve it. Keep rising, bro. Wow, I honestly didn't expect this. Akira's voice trembled slightly as he addressed the stage, his words sincere and heartfelt. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting me. This means so much, and I promise to keep giving it my all. The announcements continued, the trainees' reactions varying from elation to disappointment. But as the ranks drew closer to the top 10, June's confusion deepened. He had anticipated his name being called by now, and yet, he remained unnoticed. Could he have dropped so much after the scandal? Deep in his thoughts, he missed out on the important moment. He looked around the room and saw that almost all of them were looking at him. "What?" he instinctively asked. Zeth and Jisung chuckled by his side. "You've been called," Jisung said. June frowned and looked at the huge LED screen, and there he saw his name. 11th, June. What the fuck? He's in 11th place now? He looked at the screen, still not believing the jump in his rank. Moreover, he got over 2 million votes this time. The trainee before him only had around 1.8 million, so it was quite a big gap. Almost at the top 10, baby! Holy shit! How popular is this kid? From 30th place to 11th. Only June can pull it off. Jia and Bora screamed when June's name was finally called. They knew he had risen in the ranks, especially after Jia posted that video to Juan's fan page, but they didn't expect this big of a jump. He's already near the 10th place, which would start the debut ranks. Grandma, who always went past her bedtime on Fridays, screamed a bit too loudly that it startled Minjun awake. "His name's called now?" Minjun said, still a bit sleepy. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw not only his grandma but 3 other grandmas in the room. They had June bobble headbands and weirdly shaped sunglasses. They also had homemade light sticks, one that Helmi's husband unwillingly crafted in his pawn shop. The old man is still traumatized after his wife asked him to include June's voice whenever she presses one of the buttons. They danced around like little gremlins, and Minjun wondered if he should have stopped June from joining Rising Stars from the very start. La 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 la, June in 11th. Our June is the most popular. It is our duty to make June's rank rise even higher. People should never underestimate the power of the elderly population. Mijuin fearfully scooted to the side of the couch, covering his body with a blanket. Maybe he should ask his mom to take him to the States? However, with June's increasing popularity, hate comments also filled the livestream. Who the hell is voting for this dude? All his fans are weird, degrading teens/adults and creepy grandmas. I swear, if he wasn't in Team Aces, his rank would have gone down more than 10 places. Now that I think about it, the upstairs commenter is right. When he sang Mafia melodies, he lost. I bet he rose because of the benefits. June is a dick-riding guy. I bet it was in his plan to get kicked out of his past group so he could pick I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave. Sure, because June can see the future. Let's say he has superpowers, too, then. After recovering from his surprise, June was back to his nonchalant self. He walked to the stage, feeling more confident than before. He was finally near his goal, top 10. As long as nothing goes too wrong, then he might just rise one more rank until the end of the competition. The trainees cheered, with his friends being the loudest. He smirked and shook his head before taking the microphone from the stand. Thinking that his fans had struggled with him for the past week, he decided to write his speech with more consideration this time around. Hey, everyone, June calmly said, the cameraman zooming in on his face. Zeth looked at the screen with narrowed eyes. Is it just an illusion, or is June getting more handsome each day? Hiren and Nana, too, focused their eyes on the screen. They couldn't help but nod in approval. Until now, they still didn't understand how he would such a face from the public during the first course of the show. I just want to say thank you to all of you for supporting me until now, he said, feeling a bit awkward. Speaking in front of his gang members was comfortable to him, but speaking into a camera where more than 1 million people were watching was something he wasn't used to. And I want to let you guys know that rankings are rankings, but I'm here to keep doing my thing. Thanks to all of you for the support, and let's keep moving forward together. Two people from the production crew just right beneath the stage scoffed in disbelief. Ranks are just ranks, huh? Choi Jun-ho was talking out of his ass. Ranks were everything on this show. Alex and Hyunwoo, who managed to get into the filming set by acting like crew members, glanced at each other with knowing looks. "It's time," Alex whispered, giving Hyunwoo the go signal. The young man, whose breath still reeked of cigarettes and cavities, nodded in understanding. Then, he smirked while retrieving the shiny metal from his pocket. It's time for Choi Jun-ho to pay for what he has done. He's a fool to think that Alex and Hyunwoo would back down so easily. On the stage, Jun appeared to be thinking hard about what to say next. In reality, Grandma's words echoed in the back of his mind. A kitty heart. You have to do a kitty heart at all costs. What the hell is a kitty heart? Jun frowned. Minjun facepalm. I already made you a navel. What the hell are you monitoring there? Jun didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Minjun and Grandma that he was deep into the gang topic under navel. It was more so on Korean gangs, but it's fueling his nostalgia for his past life. Aside from that, it's also filled with Benbin Gummy's consumers' transformations. Until now, Jun was still hoping he'd reach 180 centimeters. I've never seen a kitty heart, Jun deadpanned. Grandma smiled and sat next to him. Make your hand into a heart, then raise your index fingers to serve as ears for the heart. Like this, she demonstrated. Jun blankly stared at the tangle of fingers before him. People like this? Oh, just do it, Minjun sighed in frustration. Give your fans something to work with, at least. They'll love it. Jun pursed his lips and decided to just get it over with. He brought the mic back to the stand, so Nana and Hyun got ready to announce the 10th trainee. However, they were surprised when Jun stayed on the stage, looking like he had something planned. What is he doing? Akira whispered, amused by the concentrated look on his face. FIDDEU up TS on NOV/E/LN.com. Jun, undoubtedly, couldn't act cute. However, thinking how he wanted to repay some of his fans' hard work in defending him, he shakily brought his hands up to his chest, and with quick movements, he did the kitty heart. His face, however, stayed the same. There was a small furrow on his eyebrows, and it seemed like he was being forced to do this. What the fuck is that? A kitty heart? Jun, my cutie. Bwahahaha, it looks like he has a stick up his ass. Our black cat is doing a kitty heart. Everybody, take screenshots. The studio center, too, was filled with exclaims of amusement. You're cute, little bro. That's my big brother. Akira shook his head with an amused smile. This guy can't act cute for his life. But just as the studio chuckled at his antics, a sudden movement caught Jun's attention. Like a jack-in-the-box, a familiar figure leaped onto the stage, a glint of sharp metal catching the light. Hyunwoo quickly moved, not giving the others time to relax. However, for Jun, time seemed to slow as he approached. The chuckles turned into screams of horror, and before they could even react, blood was everywhere. In the studio center of the Azure building, gasps and screams filled the air as panic spread through the contestants and crew members. The attack was so sudden, so unexpected, that it was as if the world had frozen in that moment. The knife in Hyunwoo's hand gleamed malevolently, and Jun's instincts kicked in, his survival mode taking over. The others screamed and scattered, their cries echoing like a church choir performance. Some even scrambled to get away, fearing for their lives. But amidst the chaos, Jun's focus remained unbroken. He saw Hyunwoo's eyes, wild and unsteady, the desperation within them like a storm waiting to break loose. Jun's breath caught, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins. This bastard still hasn't given up, huh? Hyunwoo moved carelessly, only being driven by his hate, so for Jun, his movements were predictable. He had dealt with scoundrels that had looser screws than Hyunwoo. 7 sit envelb/n. C/M for L test vels. As if time had resumed its normal pace, Jun's movements were fluid and deliberate. He backed away from Hyunwoo with caution, his eyes locked onto the knife. Hyunwoo's grip on the knife tightened, his knuckles turning white as his chest heaved with erratic breaths. "You'll pay for this," he screamed, now moving more dangerously than before. "Shit?" Jun whispered in his mind. And at that moment, he looked around to see if anybody was there to help. However, the production crew only cowered in fear, with the cameramen backing away and leaving their expensive cameras locked in on the scene. At this point, the live stream was still ongoing, and the viewers wondered if this was some kind of skit prepared by the Rising Stars production crew. This is a really good skit. I can't believe they're going as far as this. I applaud the Rising Stars team for always making the show entertaining. Damn, this is a good action show. Jun's got some moves. However, one of the cameramen bumped into the camera as they ran, making it zero in on Hyunwoo's face. And just like that, the audience thought this must not be a joke after all. Is that Hyunwoo? Holy moly! Is this real? Like, it's not a prank, after all? I think it's serious, guys. WTF? They're still airing this? Yena and Yejin sought shelter to the side. Yena contacted the control team to take it down, but at that point, they all had ran away when they saw the reckless man. Shit, Yena cursed. I'll have to go to the control room and turn it off myself. I already contacted the guards. They're coming, Yejin said, glancing at the door and hoping they'd come sooner. Nana and Hyeren huddled over, temporarily forgetting their beef and seeking comfort in each other. We have to do something. Akira screamed, and that's when the other trainees started moving. However, they quickly halted when they saw the scene before them. Jun was evading Hyunwoo's attacks with ease. Hyunwoo took a step forward, his intentions clear as he pointed the sharp knife near Jun's abdomen. But Jun was ready. With every ounce of resolve he could muster, he zeroed in on Hyunwoo, his mind clear and his strength increased. The others watched in breathless anticipation, unable to tear their eyes away from the scene playing out before them. Jun's voice, a whisper amidst the chaos, cut through the air like a knife of its own. Put the knife down, Hyunwoo. The studio seemed to hold its breath as Jun's words echoed, the outcome uncertain. Time seemed to stretch as Jun's focus intensified. Jun thought he could convince Hyunwoo to calm down, especially since he was getting too tired. He really needed to exercise this body more. Choi Jun-ho lacks so much stamina. However, as expected, loose screws will eventually loosen even more, and in Hyunwoo's case, he had nothing to lose. So, Hyunwoo once again lunged forward, the glint of the knife in his hand aimed straight at Jun's heart. Jun's instincts took over. He sidestepped with the grace of a dancer, his body moving fluidly to the side, evading the blade with a hair's breadth to spare. Holy shit! That was close! Hyunwoo stumbled forward, his movements off balance from the failed attack. Frustration twisted his features, his eyes wild with rage and desperation. He spun around, his breathing heavy and uneven, as he turned his attention back to Jun, who now stood several feet away, his heart pounded harder in his chest. Jun glanced around and saw that the security guards were already rushing to the stage. Leading them was the bucktooth guard that Jun was able to trick when he snuck out that one night. He let out a sigh. Jun's definitely not expecting much from these people. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He saw an opening, a moment of vulnerability in Hyunwoo's stance, and he seized it. In one swift movement, he closed the distance between them, his fingers wrapping around Hyunwoo's wrist in a vice-like grip. A swift twist and a deft maneuver later, the knife clattered to the ground, leaving the audience in awe. Was he a ninja in his past life or something? Where did that come from? He looks skinny as hell, but he's actually strong? Am I the only one wondering why this hasn't been turned off yet? Shut up, past commenter. Enjoy the free action movie. June, please. Stay safe. Where are the fucking guards? Everybody seemed to sigh in relief as Hyunwoo was finally restrained. The guards, too, had reached the stage, out of breath from running through the building's hallways. June relaxed his hold on Hyunwoo, finally taking a deep breath. However, just as everybody thought it was over, someone sprinted forth from the shadows. June turned around. Alex? And in a swift, heart-stopping motion, he plunged a blade into June's chest. What the fuck just happened? Was he just stabbed? Shit. Blood splattered everywhere. Did everyone see that? Fuck, is he going to die? And just like that, the screen turned black with a notice saying, "Technical difficulties. Live stream has ended." In the sterile hospital room, the atmosphere was heavy with a somber stillness. The soft beeping of machines and the distant sound of footsteps in the corridor were the only signs of life. Minjun sat by the bedside, tears welling up in his eyes. Beside Minjun stood Grandma, hunched over, and her gnarled hands clutching a tissue. Her eyes were red from crying. The hospital bed was shrouded in a white cloth, its surface eerily still. June laid beneath it. Minjun reached out and grasped Grandma's hand, their fingers intertwining in a silent gesture of shared grief. Their eyes met, and in that moment, their pain increased 1,000-fold. No words were spoken, none were needed. Grandma's voice trembled as she broke the silence. "He's like a grandson to me, Minjun. I've seen him grow from a dead-eyed child to the talented young man he is today." "Big brother," Minjun sniffed, holding onto June's hand. As expected, it was already so cold. Grandma reached out and rubbed circles on his cold hand. "You've left a mark on all of us, my dear," she whispered, her voice quivering. "What the fuck are y'all crying about?" June said, removing the white cloth from his face. He had been woken from his slumber by their sad cries, and now, he was in a cranky mood. And who the hell put this over his face? He couldn't breathe well because of it. Minjun's and Grandma's eyes widened, their jaws dropping as they stared at June like he was a ghost. Big brother?" Minjun stammered. Grandma's tissue dropped from her hand, her mouth agape. "Oh dear Lord, his soul has been awakened. We're seeing his ghost in real life." Minjun squeaked in fear as June reached out his hand to him. "What are you spouting about?" "I'm okay." June snapped. "He's even cranky when he's dead," Minjun said. June clicked his tongue. "I'm not dead." "Look," he said, reaching out his hand to ruffle Minjun's hair, but the little child pushed him away, causing a jolt of pain to go through his shoulder. "Ow," he muttered. "Be careful. The stab wound still hurts." Grandma and Minjun, who were in the corner of the room, looked at June with confused eyes. "You're not dead?" Grandma asked. "No," June said. "He wouldn't die that easily. He still needed to debut. Besides, that Alex guy's hands trembled so much that it missed his chest. Instead, it sliced his shoulder, a bit deeply. But at least the bleeding was controlled, and he was now stitched up. It still hurt moving his right shoulder, but it was not the worst pain he had experienced. "Oh goodness, it's a miracle." Grandma exclaimed, clapping her hands. I thought you really died. Where did you even get that information? June grumbled. Minjun brought out his phone and showed the trending article to June. It's all over Naval, the kid said. A lot of people think you're in serious condition. What? June snapped, grasping the phone and reading the contents of the news article. Idol survival show contestant on the brink of death after gruesome attack, Rising Stars launches investigation. Seoul, Korea, 2023. In a shocking turn of events, popular Idol survival show contestant June miraculously survived a horrifying attack that left him with severe injuries. The incident, which took place during the live elimination episode of the show, has sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry and beyond. According to initial reports, the attack was allegedly orchestrated by fellow contestants Alex and Hyunwoo, fueled by the scandal that made them leave the show. Their motives are believed to be rooted in resentment and jealousy. The brutal nature of the attack has left many stunned, as June's injuries are said to be extensive and gruesome. The Rising Star's face was reportedly lacerated, his legs nearly severed, and his chest brutally stabbed. The severity of the injuries prompted immediate medical attention, and June is currently in the intensive care unit (ICU) of an undisclosed hospital, fighting for his life. Azure, the production company behind the Idol survival show, has issued a statement condemning the attack and expressing their deep concern for June's well-being. The company has also launched a thorough investigation into the matter, vowing to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. Fans and fellow contestants alike have taken to social media to express their shock and outrage over the incident. The hashtag #PrayForJune has been trending, with thousands of well-wishes pouring in for the young Idol trainee's recovery. Friends and supporters have organized candlelight vigils in hopes of his speedy recovery and return to Rising Stars. June was stunned as he read the article. Legs severed? Where did they even get that? I don't know, Minjun shrugged. I think they interviewed some of the trainees or something. June sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. He already had a hunch on who was interviewed, those damn guys had a reputation for taking it up a notch. His legs weren't even grazed by a knife. Well, I'm fine, June said. It hurts a bit, but I'll recover fast. Just then, a doctor came inside the room, a wide smile on his face. You're awake, he chimed. June glanced at his nameplate, Dr. O. Who put the white cloth over my face? June asked. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Dr. O chuckled. Oh, that was me. The nurses were observing your face while you were asleep, so I guess you would have appreciated it if I covered it for you. June pursed his lips. What kind of hospital was this? Well, is everything okay? June asked. I can leave later, right? We have to continue practicing for the show. About that, Dr. O scratched the back of his head. I know you're itching to go back to the show, but after a thorough assessment, the knife went as deep as severing one of your arteries. Thankfully, we were able to stitch it up before you bled to death, but it also means you need to recover for quite a while. June frowned. How long? A week, at least. June stood from the bed, flinching as he felt a slight rip in his stab wound. Whoa, Dr. O exclaimed. I wouldn't get up just yet, young man. You might just risk being bedbound for more than a week at this point. A week? June asked, still standing up. I'm sorry, doctor. But I'm afraid I can't do that. We have a mission on Wednesday. It's already Saturday, so my teammates are probably practicing right now. I can't be here for a whole week. Minjun clicked his tongue. You're going back for what? To ruin the performance? You can't even raise your left arm, he smirked. June glared at the young kid and shook his head. I'm fine, he insisted. Again, he suffered much worse than this. When he was in the White Tiger gang, he had to go on an undercover mission after his abdomen had just been stabbed. Unfortunately, you are not, Dr. O said. I'm already being generous by giving you only a week. Besides, my dear friends, Yenna and Yejin, instructed that I should let you stay here until you're all better. And the competition? June asked. Do not fret. You are still a part of Rising Stars, Dr. O said. You can come back the next week just in time for the eliminations. June pursed his lips. He couldn't afford to miss out on the concept mission. He had finally bagged a song he actually enjoyed performing, where everything seemed to be going well. Besides, being idle for even one mission meant that his chances of debuting were going to regress. It was the cruel rule of life. A butterfly effect happens when you miss out on something. Well, I just came by to relay the news to you, Dr. O said. Don't worry. We'll be monitoring your wound every day, and if it gets better, we'll let you go. And with that, the white-haired and eccentric doctor left the room while humming a little meow meow song. June groaned as he plopped down on the bed. I need to go back, he said. Grandma clicked her tongue and slapped his chest. Stubborn young child. You just got stabbed, but you're already thinking of going back to work. You heard what the doctor said. Recover first, then you'll be able to come back. Minjun nodded in agreement. That's right. Why don't you inform your fans that you're better in the meantime? Some are already looking for your gravestone in certain cemeteries. Yeah, you do that, Grandma said. In the meantime, I have to enroll Minjun in school. Can't you believe this little rascal is already going to become a 7th grader? Yeah, can't believe it, June said. Minjun, despite his immature taste in music and crybaby tendencies, might as well be Junhao's age with how witty he is. See you later. Minjun waved his hand. We'll go back this evening. June nodded and waved goodbye with his good arm. In the meantime, he decided to do what Minjun had suggested. He has yet to upload a selfie on his account because of the scandals that broke out last week, but since everything has died down, he thinks this is the perfect time to complete the mission. However, just as he was about to open Naval, he was bombarded with texts from his friends. Streets are saying that Big Bro's dead, Jangmoon. Who's dead, you bastards? June. June. Akira. Bro hu hu Jisung. You're alive? CJ. You saw what happened. Why'd you think I died? June. CJ said you were stabbed in the chest. I really thought you bled to death. Jangmoon. The sites are also saying you incurred major injuries. I covered my eyes when Alex jumped up the stage, so I don't know what truly happened. Hee. CJ. TSK. I'm fine. I'm thinking of coming back before the performances. June. What? You've just been stabbed. How can you come back before Wednesday? Akira. I'll figure something out, June. Yeah, you better come back. We're going to be kicking Otsegui Jangmoon. What? June The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velbn.co/m. The production crew instructed everyone to decide who they dashkadui hyped Jangmoon. What the fuck are you talking about? June. Don't mind them, brother. Akira just wrestled Jangmoon on the floor. Focus on your recovery for now. Jisung. Hey, what's really going on? June. Bye, June. We're heading to practice now. Get well soon. Akira. And with that, their online status turned to offline. June clicked his tongue and shook his head. Is something going on in the training center? Ah, whatever. Those kids are always overdramatic. Let's just get the last mission over and done with. June opened his camera app and decided to take a selfie. Again, this was probably the first time he took a selfie for the sake of posting it, so he's a bit clueless about what to do. As his face came into view, he clicked his tongue. Is it just him, or has his camera quality degraded even more? The camera lens was shaky, and it made a weird clicking sound when he opened his camera app. What the fuck is this? He cursed, hitting the phone camera with his fist. However, it seemed like he underestimated his strength since the clicking sound suddenly stopped, and the camera lens finally stopped shaking. However, that came with a bigger consequence. It looked as if he was taking a picture at the bottom of an ocean, or maybe on the highest peak of Mount Everest, where fog had covered the entire area. It was blurry, a bit hazy, and with not much contrast. June clicked his tongue and decided to snap a picture anyway. He then proceeded to inspect the picture. He had a forced smile on his face, and since it was blurry as fuck, it appeared similar to the picture of Jeff the Killer. Thinking that he couldn't do any better than that, he decided to post it on his naval account. Minjun had taught him how to post a picture before, so he didn't have a hard time because of that. Hi, guys. It's me, June, from Rising Stars. Just wanted to say that I'm okay. Afterward, he attached the photo and clicked post. I'm Kitty JunXR1S1INGST4R5 has posted a new photo. Now, June just had to wait for the post to gain traction. He posted it under the topic of his stabbing incident, so he believes that it'll gain over 100,000 interactions tonight. It did. Just not the kind of interactions he expected. Who are you fooling with your ugly-ass face? Stop impersonating June, you fool. LOL. This guy's actually cosplaying as June while the real guy is in the hospital? He's a real piece of work. You deserve a special place in hell. June will kick-drop you when he meets you in real life. My grandma takes better pics than this. I don't know who you're fooling. June's eyebrows furrowed deeper as he read the comments. As of now, the post has garnered over 100,000 interactions, with hate comments. It was ridiculous. It only had 487 likes, but the comments and reposts accounted for those 100,000 interactions. How could his post have been ratioed this badly? June thought he'd be greeted a bit more warmly, at least. He was in 11th place this week. How could he get such comments? He is the real June. Why would he lie about his real identity? He clenched his jaw and wrote another post. It's really me. I'm the real June. I am at the hospital right now, and I am okay. Loser! He's still going on with this? The real June would never say that. For real. And have you seen June's face? He's an angel who has fallen down on earth. You look the same, except you fell down face first. Ha 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 ha. Ugly bastard. Stop pretending to be June. And can we talk about this dude's username? You're not fooling us. I'm Kitty JunXR1S1INGST4R5. It looks like a keyboard smash. This loser can't even come up with a good enough username. Bora burst into laughter as she saw a random guy pretending to be June on Naval. She quickly showed it to Jia, who was crying her eyes out while reading the comments of the news article that said June was in a critical condition. Oh, stop crying and look at this, Bora said, pushing the phone to Jia's face. How can you just sit there and laugh when June is on the brink of dying? Jia exclaimed. Bora clicked his tongue. And I don't know why you believe such rumors. It's clear that June is still alive. Sure, he must have been stabbed, but Rising Stars will definitely release a statement if a trainee had died. Do you really think he's okay? Jia sniffed. Well, Bora trailed. Again, I don't know if he's okay, but I bet he's alive, at least. Did you see the way he dodged those attacks during the livestream? It was so fucking cool I almost forgot that we were watching an idol show. Jia glared at Bora. I swear. I can't read you sometimes. Bora smiled. Chronically not giving a fuck is my coping mechanism. The situation had already happened, so we can't do anything about it. Cheer up, friend. I bet June will be back next week. Jia pouted but felt better after Bora's little scolding. It's still a shame that June might miss this week's mission, though. Now look at this, Bora said, pointing to her phone. This guy's acting like June. Jia frowned as she observed the photo. You know how people joke about how certain photos or videos are taken with a potato? Jia never thought of that statement seriously until this moment. The photo, indeed, looked like it was taken with a potato, one that had been rotting in the ground for a long time. Then, she squinted her eyes. They have a resemblance. Bora burst into laughter as she looked at the photo again. Are you blind? This dude looks nothing like June. And look at his username, she pointed. A disgruntled expression appeared on Jia's face. Yeah, that definitely isn't June. Our June is much cooler than that. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Post a selfie on your SNS account. Gain over 100,000 interactions. Please choose one aspect to improve. Even after completing the mission, June couldn't feel quite satisfied. He was still being obliterated online because of that post. He even contemplated taking it down, but Fu insisted it would void the mission. Tisk, June clicked his tongue. Again, he thought hard about what aspect to improve. Skateboard ride is very dance-heavy, and even if he had improved a lot, he wanted to get nearer Casper's and Zeth's levels so people wouldn't say anything about him being a freeloader. Moreover, he's been praised by the Starlights for his vocals until now, so he wanted to give them a nice surprise. Dance. Wise choice. Dance +1. Current grade, B+. June nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his stats. He had come far since the start of the competition. He didn't even have a B tier during the first episode. Now, the only problem was this wound. He has to go back to Azure's building tomorrow if he doesn't want to lag behind their practice. Is it possible to heal a stab wound in less than 24 hours? June sighed and looked up at the white ceiling of the hospital, feeling at a loss. Out of boredom, he started rummaging through his status window. He scrolled through the missions he had finished, as well as the side quests that granted him unusual abilities. Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgn.co/m. Then, as he continued exploring the user interface, June suddenly stopped when he saw an unfamiliar folder. Potions. June tilted his head to the side in confusion before clicking on the unknown folder. As a new window opened, he saw a singular potion inside the folder. Healing potion. June raised his eyebrows in surprise when he remembered the healing potion that was granted to him as a bonus when he went up more than 5 ranks. A small smile appeared on his lips as he read the description. Introducing the system's ultimate healing potion, a potent potion that instantly restores 100% of your health. It can heal various illnesses, from wounds, colds, lice, cancer, and more. Its effects take place after 18 hours. Foo, consume healing potion. Healing potion has been consumed. Amount remaining, 0. Effect will take place after 18 hours. Please maintain a period of rest while healing potion is being internalized. In the Azure Building, Rising Stars filming site. The 72 trainees gathered on a Saturday, the day after the unfortunate stabbing incident. Most of them had weary looks on their faces, still uncertain of how Jun's condition turned out. Yenna made her way to the front with a solemn look on her face, and at that point, a dreaded feeling went through the trainees' hearts. "Good day, trainees," she said, scanning the room with her eyes. "Yesterday had been a devastating day for all of us, and I'm afraid to say this, but... Did Big Bro really die?" Jang Moon asked. CJ sniffed. "I told you guys. He was stabbed in the heart." "He was fine," Jaeyoung said. "The guards just quickly covered the scene, but he was breathing when he was being transported to the ambulance." "Then why does Director Yenna look so sad?" Jisung asked. "Jun is currently in the hospital. The doctor called me a while ago, and he needs to recover before coming back here," Yenna continued. Jisung, despite his shy personality, raised his hand. "When is he going to come back?" "That, I don't know," Yenna said. "Is it true that his legs had been severed?" CJ asked, causing the others to murmur. Yenna gave him an incredulous look. "What?" "No. His shoulder just got stabbed quite deeply. Currently, he cannot move his left arm, so the doctor is advising him to take a rest." "Oh," CJ said, his tears halting. "Still, it'll take a long time before he comes back. Can he even come back in time for the concept mission? He's not going to perform? Damn, that's sad. His team was actually doing well these days. I guess he's really a black cat." Lin Ji, who stood at the very front, tried to hide his smile. Hoon, Xin, and Jiyoung, on the other hand, didn't even bother hiding their smiles. "He fucking deserves it," Hoon muttered under his breath. Yenna cleared her throat, capturing their attention. "Now, since the eliminations have been halted last night, I have some important announcements. First, because of the incident that happened last week, we have been warned by the broadcasting situation for showing graphic material. So, the live eliminations will halt. All elimination episodes shall be pre-recorded from here on out." The trainees sighed in relief. Honestly, live shows were exhausting. You have to put on a nice face for 4 hours straight. At least, with pre-recorded episodes, things can still be edited out. However, they became tense once again when Yenna announced that she would be announcing the names of the trainees who made it. The most nervous among them, undoubtedly, were Jangmoon and Hoon. Only the top 10 and the top 50 were to be announced, yet they still weren't called. Hoon wonders if the stunt he pulled off during the first eliminations could have such a heavy bearing on his rank. He couldn't help but resent Jun more at that moment. "I won't make this long," Yenna announced. The top 10 trainees are: 10th, Lin Ji. Lin Ji smirked as the others congratulated him. He maintained his rank once more. 9th, Yuri Reed Lat STCHs on N/V/L B I. CM. 8th, Leo. 7th, Jisung. "Woo, congrats, shy boy," Jangmoon said amidst his nervousness. Akira wrapped his arm around Jisung's neck and ruffled his hair. "Treat us to a meal, kid." 6th, Ren. The other trainees gasped as they heard Ren's rank. He had always placed within the top 4. His rank must have dropped because of the slight evil editing that happened within his team in the last episode. 5th, Daeho. 4th, Jackson. Third, Jae-young. Second, Casper. First, Zeth. Ah, really? The top two are immovable forces. They might as well debut at this point. I bet they're going to be top two until the end. Those two are guaranteed debuters. And last but not least, we have the trainee in 50th place, Yena said, lifting her head and looking around the room. Somehow, the room became even more tense compared to the announcement of the top 10. Jang-moon, despite being in 75th place, had some hope in his heart. He glanced at CJ and smiled bitterly. It probably won't happen, right? How can he jump 25 places right then and there? And besides, there's Hoon. He was ranked 24th last time, so it would be weird if he didn't get the 50th place. CJ patted his back, a silent assurance that he also wanted Jang-moon to make it. Hoon, on the other hand, smirked as he waited for his name to be called. He could forgive June if he still makes it to the next round. He had invested too much time practicing Tie Me Up. He'll be really pissed if he doesn't get to perform it. I honestly don't know how he makes it like this every time, but trainee Jang-moon, congratulations. You take the 50th and last place in the competition. With this, you are still in the running for Rising Stars. With the utterance of his name, Jang-moon stood there, dumbfounded. You made it! CJ exclaimed, jumping in delight. Isung and Akira nudged his shoulder. I know you would have made it, Akira said. You did really well in Botalicious. Congrats, bro, Jisung smiled. Jang-moon merely smiled back, feeling too touched to say anything. Hoon clenched his fists as he heard their celebration from behind him. Xin, who was the only one who made it between the three individual trainees, held onto Hoon's arm. Hoon, he whispered. How could this happen? It must be rigged. Hoon let out a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as possible. The eliminated trainees, please start packing your bags. It has been a joy to be with you for the past month. Please continue chasing your dreams, Yena said her scripted line. Hoon, Xin continued to console him. However, Hoon held up his hand. I'll talk to you later. With that, the eliminated trainees began leaving the room. The remaining trainees stayed in their spots, some feeling down because of the elimination of their friends. However, the cruel reality of life is that everything must go on. Are all eliminated trainees out? Yena asked the production team. Yes, director, and responded. Yena brought the mic to her lips once more. The concept mission will push through with only 50 of you, she began. June's status is yet to be disclosed, but the doctor says he's insistent on coming back before the mission. However, for this time, I need your teams to make a decision. For those with excess members, you must choose who to kick out of the team until 4 p.m. tomorrow. After Yena's announcement, the remaining trainees made their way back to their rooms. Xin was on his way back to their shared room when he was suddenly pulled into a hot, dark place. He was about to exclaim in shock when he smelled the familiar scent of cologne from the person before him. Hoon, he whispered. It's me, Hoon said in an equally soft voice. I told you that we'll talk, right? Yes, Xin said. But do we really have to talk inside the janitor's closet? I don't have a choice, Hoon said. The production crew is already making us leave. I have to tell you something important. What is it? Xin asked. June's in your team, right? Hoon said. How is he right now? Xin scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say. Honestly, I thought he was cocky at first. And I still don't like him now, don't get me wrong, he quickly defended. But maybe he isn't too bad? He hasn't done anything much. He just practices and sometimes teaches me on my parts. Hoon scoffed in disbelief. You're being brainwashed by him. Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Brainwashed? Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. He's just like that because he wants to gain the most benefits in the team, Hoon said. Even when I revealed his face, he didn't seem appalled because he actually liked that idea. But didn't you do it out of your own will? Hoon clicked his tongue. That doesn't matter. You shouldn't believe a word that June is saying. I heard him talking about you, about how you're the weakest in the team, Hoon said, bluffing. He actually never got the chance to interact with June after their last conversation, but Xian does not know that, does he? Hoon smirked when Xian's eyebrows furrowed. And do you remember during the first filming? He didn't even speak to us at all. It's clear that he has a superiority complex, Hoon added. Xian, being the easily swayed person that he is, nodded in agreement. You're right. I got swayed a bit, but I realized I don't like him at all. Hoon's smirk widened. And he's the reason why I was eliminated. Really? Xian asked. Yes, Hoon insisted. And he might be the reason why you'll be eliminated, too. So, we have to stop that before it happens. Xian nodded with resolution. What are we going to do? I need someone to tell me what's happening with him, Hoon said. I'll do my best to find something while I'm outside, but I also need you to tell me anything you find out about him, and I mean anything suspicious that would help me destroy him. And while you're at it, why don't you try to make his experience less enjoyable here too? Got it, Xian said. I'm very good at that. Hoon smiled and placed his hand on top of Xian's head, giving him a pat like he was a gentle, good dog. I'm going to miss you, Xian said while looking up at Hoon. Hoon felt a bit weirded out. Xian had always looked up to him, and that's probably why he agreed to become his spy a bit too fast. So, with that in mind, Hoon responded. I'll miss you too. Just then, the lights turned on, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. They glanced to their side and saw the janitor looking at them with raised eyebrows. Hoon awkwardly said. Look, I don't judge, the janitor said. But you better not do it in my closet. The two practically bolted out of the small room, leaving the janitor all alone. The janitor shook his head in frustration. Why do they keep bothering me? 18 hours after consuming the health potion. You're finally awake? Minjun said. I really thought you died since we couldn't wake you up, but the doctor insisted you were fine. What time is it? June asked. 30 minutes past 3, Minjun answered, his eyes not leaving his phone. Why? June abruptly stood up from the bed. Minjun's eyes widened in surprise. Hey! The doctor said you couldn't get up yet. June ignored his shouts and went to the bathroom, lifting his shirt and tearing off the gauze pad while his eyes were focused on the mirror. He was aware of the healing potion's claims, but to see it happening with his own eyes was unbelievable. Aside from a small scar, there wasn't anything there. June smirked and went outside the bathroom, throwing the gauze in the trash can. Hey, Minjun called out. You're going to stay here longer if you don't stay still. I swear. Minjun's words were cut off when Dr. O and a nurse came inside the room. Dr. O's widened in surprise when he saw June stretching his left arm. Young man. That is still a fresh wound. We'd have to stitch you up again if it opens, he said in a frantic voice. I'm fine, Doc, June calmly said. You're not fine, the nurse said. It's only been a day since the stabbing incident. You need to recover more. June sighed and started lifting the left side of the shirt. What are you doing? Minjun asked. The nurse blushed as he did the action, looking away when she saw his milky white skin. Look, June said, pointing to his shoulder. I'm all better. Mamma mia! Dr. O exclaimed in surprise, not believing his eyes. Minjun and the nurse, too, turned to look at June. And they had the same reaction as Dr. O. Dr. O went closer to June and started poking the scarred tissue. Is this real? I've never seen anyone heal so fast before. Are you part lizard or something? Minjun asked, his eyes focused on the scar. June sighed and put his shirt back on, moving his arm to prove that he was 100% okay. See? I'm fine now, right? So let me go. Dr. O nodded, his headspace still not in the right space. June smiled. Good. I'm going now. Wait, the nurse exclaimed when June just ran out of the hospital room. Your bill. Dr. O held onto her arm and shook his head. Don't, he said. I'll pay for it. Then, his eyes sparkled in delight. Should I ask him to participate in a human research or something? We have to make a decision today, Lin Shi said, gathering his members in a circle after they finished practicing for the 9th time. The elephant in the room was yet to be addressed. Who will be kicked out from their team? Zeth groaned as he sat on the floor. Why are they making us do this? We've been practicing hard for the performance, but they just want us to kick someone out? We don't have a choice, unfortunately, Bin said. And it's already 3 p.m. The production crew needs the list of names by 4 p.m. Casper sighed and also took a seat. Let's talk about it then. As they formed a circle, none of them dared to talk. For a couple of minutes, they just sat there, thinking about the next words to say. Lin Zhou sighed and started the conversation. There's currently 9 of us here, he said, 10 if we include June. But only 8 of us will perform skateboard ride. That means 2 of us will need to leave and find another team. What are the teams that lack members again? Steele asked. Tie Me Up needs the most members, Jae-young responded. They need about 4 new members. Brown Sugar Milk Tea and Break Me Up also need to kick out some members, so all the other songs lack some trainees, too. Jackson let out a deep breath. Even his bubbly personality couldn't handle the pressure of coming up with a decision. Should we vote on who to kick out? Lin Shi asked, making the others groan. Ugh, don't make us do this, Jackson said. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. But we need to do it, Daeho quickly countered. We don't want to waste any more time. Let's just go ahead and point at the person we think does not suit our team. Despite their reluctance, the members decided to conform to the decision in the end. They really couldn't do anything at this point. As Lin Shi gave the members some time to think, Xian bit his lip in nervousness. He already had a feeling that he was going to be picked. All right, Lin Shi said. Time's up. It's time to make a decision. Point to the trainee in 3, 2, 1. Xian's gut feeling was right. Almost all, no, scratch that. All of his members except for him, who decided to abstain from voting, pointed in his direction. His breath got caught in the back of his throat. But why me? He stammered, looking at the others with wide eyes. Zeth pursed his lips and looked away from him. The others, too, couldn't face the eliminated trainee. Daeho, the ever-logical one, sighed and looked him in the eyes. You're not putting as much effort into the team, he said. Yes, you have a small part in the song, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Xian pursed his lips, not able to counter Daeho's statement. It was true. He didn't want to put as much effort into the performance since he wasn't going to be seen anyway. And it was already a guarantee that they'd win since all of the members had high ranks. Lin Ji sighed and patted Xian's back. Sorry, Xian. I heard there's an open space for the main vocal on the song Thunder. Why don't you try it out there? Xian clenched his fists together. Thunder was filled with trainees from the 20th to 30th ranks. Even Jang Moon was there. They wouldn't have a chance against this team. However, as he looked at his teammates' resolute expressions, he knew he couldn't do anything about it. However, what he can do is drag someone along with him. All right, he said, still trying to sound as pitiful as possible. I wish you guys the best of luck then. I know you're going to kill the performance. But as a former teammate, I want to suggest something. Go ahead, Lin Ji said. This is coming from a good place, he smiled. I want the best for your performance, and I also don't want you guys to have a hard time deciding on who to kick out next. The others listened attentively. So, why don't you kick June out instead? Zeth immediately complained. What? June is an integral part of the team. We can't just kick him out. Jae-young nodded in agreement. He received most of the compliments during the interim evaluation, so I think it's best if he stays. Yet where is he now? Xian asked, looking around the room. He's not here, isn't he? And there isn't a guarantee that he's even coming back during the performance. Although Zeth wanted to perform with his precious little bro, he couldn't deny that Xian had made a great point. Jackson scratched the back of his neck. I think it's unfair, too, he said. We can't leave a spot for him if we don't even know if he's coming back. Yeah, Xian said. He should be here, right? Jae-young glared at Xian. June just got stabbed. It's not a situation he can avoid. Still, Xian insisted. It'd be an insult to kick someone present. Daeho sighed. June is our main vocalist. Who's going to replace him then? Me. Oh, come on. June muttered under his breath as he was stuck between three grandmas who all had electric scooters on a narrow sidewalk. Since the hospital was near the Azure building, he decided to run there to save some money. However, he didn't expect he'd run into a mishap. These three ladies were hogging the narrow sidewalk. Their scooters moved at a turtle's pace, and the only way he could get past them was if he jumped over their scooters or if he walked on the road instead. Both actions would probably get him arrested, so he decided to talk to them instead. He cleared his throat and spoke, do you mind if I went ahead first? The three grandmas turned around, and at that moment, June realized he had made a grave mistake. Their eyes brightened when they recognized the handsome young man. June? Is it really June? Oh my! I voted for you. I commented on your video, too. I was the 69-year-old grandma. Did you come and find me, June? June's eyes widened in horror as they suddenly reversed their electric scooters. Shit, he cursed. June! Answer us. June, can you please come to our nursing home and massage my back? Fuck this. June stepped on a pot and then leveraged himself on the sidewalk railings before propelling himself in front of the three grandmas. Maybe in the future, he called out as he ran, still wanting to be respectful. He could still hear their screams from behind him, but he ignored them and ran even faster. June needed to go to the Azure building now. After much struggle, he finally arrived. Without hesitation, he bolted to the Rising Stars filming site and to their assigned practice room. He was breathless and sweaty, but he didn't care at all. June let out a sigh of relief when he finally saw their training room within his view. He ran to the door and twisted the knob, pushing it open. Then, an unexpected scene played before his eyes. June's team members were currently practicing the song. Normal, right? Sure. If Lin Ji wasn't in the center while singing June's part. It was exactly 5 p.m. when June entered the practice room. June? Seth exclaimed with wide eyes when he saw the supposedly injured trainee before them. Jae-young rushed to his side. What the hell? Akira told me you got stabbed in the shoulder pretty badly. What are you doing here? June ignored their worried statements and looked Lin Ji in the eyes. Why is he singing my part? He asked. The room turned silent, evading June's gaze. Lin Ji scratched the back of his head and awkwardly cleared his throat. The cameraman and production crew members watched the scene with sparkling eyes. This was gold. Daeho sighed and stepped forward. We had to make a decision by 4 p.m. You already know that we have to kick a member out of the team. We weren't sure whether you were going to come back, so we had to kick you out. June's eye twitched. These bastards. They made a decision without even consoling him? You could have told me first, June said in a calm voice, sending shivers down their spines. Even Daeho, who was usually composed, felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Seth cleared his throat. That's our mistake, little bro, he warily said. We should have contacted you about the decision. So, it's final? June asked, now feeling a bit numb. He finally got a song he wanted to perform. With people he had good chemistry with. And at one point, he even felt happy receiving compliments for his improvement. It was the first time he had gained so much praise for the effort he put in himself. But then again, June has never been lucky. Not as Chen Junhao and not as Choi Junho. And not even as June. It's final, Lin Ji said, his voice cutting through the air. You should meet the production crew in the training center so you can choose the song you'll perform. June wanted to laugh out loud, but he saw the cameraman zooming in on his face. They were going to have a feast day if he reacted badly here. All right, June said in a much sadder tone than he anticipated. Seth's and Jaeyoung's eyes widened in surprise. From the time they spent with June, this was the very first time he actually sounded sad. He didn't even react like this when Alex and Hyunwoo tried to tarnish his name. Little bro, Seth called out, trying to hold onto his shoulder, but June took a step back. It's all right, June said, going back to his hard exterior. I should take my leave then. With that, he turned around and walked out of the room, leaving the final 8 members of Skateboard Ride. As he went outside, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Away from the people and the cameras, June leaned against the cold, hard wall, focusing his gaze on the white ceiling above. Shit, he cursed. Why am I feeling this way? However, like he always does, he ignored the hollow feeling in his heart and let out a deep breath. There's no point dwelling on it since it's already finished. With that thought in mind, he walked to the training center, where he saw a few crew members chattering among themselves. I swear, that spicy hot pot really ruined my insides. It's been 3 days, and my shit still smells like chili peppers, one of them shared. June cleared his throat, halting their conversation. The crew members turned around, ashamed of their conversation topic. However, their embarrassment quickly turned to shock when they saw the trainee before them. June? Anne asked. Oh my gosh. It is June. What the hell? Didn't he just get stabbed? Discover new chapters at novelby.co. I'm fine now, June said, not letting them pry any further. Should you be here? And asked in a worried tone. Yes, June said, moving his left arm. I'm all better now. I heard I have to come here for my mission song. I can pick what I want, right? The crew members pursed their lips together, exchanging awkward glances. The senior members of the crew pushed the intern, forward to take one for the team. And hesitated to speak, but June's piercing gaze didn't allow her to stall. And sheepishly smiled. Well, you see, that would have been the case if you came earlier. But now? All the trainees who have been kicked out have chosen a song before you. June frowned, confused. So, what you're saying is, you kinda don't have a choice, and softly said. Actually, you really don't have a choice. There's only one song left that hasn't been filled up yet. And that is? June asked. The switch was already inevitable. Maybe he'd go to Break Me Up or Thunder instead. He just wishes it wasn't Brown Sugar Mictia or Tie Me Up. Those two would mean that it's over for him. Here, and said, handing him an envelope. June sighed and opened the envelope, 3 words staring back at him. Tie me up. Oh, it's over for him. June paced back and forth in front of the practice room that had the Tie Me Up signage. Compared to the one Teen Riser had, this practice room wasn't as grand and spacious. It was also located at the very back, which merely showed the favoritism the show has on the higher-ranked trainees. I can't believe this, June muttered under his breath. Out of all the songs, this one just ended up in his hands. He intently looked at the door and wondered if he should just run away. Maybe it wasn't too late to go back to the hospital and pretend he wasn't okay. However, just as he was about to leave, the door opened, and a familiar, annoying face looked at him with shock. June? CJ asked with wide eyes. You're here. June held his breath. Oh, my goodness. You're all right? You recovered so fast. But what are you doing outside of our practice room? Shouldn't you go to your team? June didn't respond, and CJ, who was usually slow-witted, got it right away. His eyes widened in delight as he pointed to the envelope in June's hand. You've been kicked out? You've been kicked out, right? Then does that mean that you're going to be on our team? No, June said in a soft voice. CJ slapped his back a bit too hard, causing him to cough. Oh, come on. Stop joking, CJ exclaimed. We're the only team with a lacking member. Come, he said, wrapping his thick arm around June's neck. I'll introduce you to the team. June frantically shook his head and tried to get out of CJ's hold, but it was already too late. He had kicked the door open with a wide smile on his face. Hey, guys, he enthusiastically greeted. Our main rapper is here. June's eyes widened in surprise. Main rapper? He exclaimed. June sat in the middle of the room, his new members looking at him with wide eyes. Aside from CJ, he had never interacted with these people before. June looked at their ranks, 46th, 47th, 43rd, 42nd, 49th, 25th. The trainee, Sehun, had the highest rank among them, and he also had the leader and center badges stuck on his shirt. Despite the dark bags under his eyes, he had a smile on his face as his gaze met with June. It's my first time performing with a trainee from the top 15, a young-looking trainee, Jacob, said. Me too, Siakwa exclaimed. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I always laugh when your scenes come on. My mom's a fan of you, Sehun added, a smile still on his face. We're so glad you're here, bro, CJ exclaimed. I felt really down when I got kicked out of Break Me Up, but now, I get to perform with you. That's a win in my book. You were kicked out, too? June asked. CJ nodded. Sehun, Jacob, and Seokwa are the only original members here. All four of us are new members. Sehun smiled. Yeah, he said. It's been a really tough morning with just the three of us, but I'm glad you're here now, June. I'm glad that you guys are all here. I feel like our performance is going to be okay. Yeah, Seokwa nodded. We were just talking about our roles before you came, and we haven't decided on the main rapper yet. We believe you'd be great. June wanted to laugh in disbelief. Are they watching the same show, or are they pretending to be blind? June has never rapped in the show. Not even once. How could they think he was perfect for the role? I don't rap, he deadpanned, looking them in the eyes. Sehun pursed his lips. We know that, he admitted. But the other boys don't rap, too. We have already established Jacob's and Seokwa's positions as sub-rapper 2 and 3 last week. I've also practiced sub-rapper 1. CJ volunteered to get sub-rapper 4 already. And these two? June asked, pointing at Haesu and Taekyung. We're vocalists, Haesu said. And we've already agreed to our parts. Only the main rapper is free. June felt frustration escalate in his heart. What's with people not asking his opinions? Is he that unimportant? Team Risers kicked him out without even consoling him. And these dudes are just deciding that he's going to be the main rapper? June was about to tell them off when Sehun held onto his hand. The young guy looked so pitiful, like he'd been carrying the burden of the team for the past few days. We're really sorry, June. But you're our last chance. As you can see, you're probably the most talented out of all of us. The others nodded, looking a bit down, too. Everybody's saying our team is going to end up in last place, he continued. And it's painful hearing that when we're working so hard. Can you help us just this once, please? CJ let out a deep breath. Help us, brother. As much as I would love to rap, you know that I can't be the main rapper. June let out a deep breath, still weighing the decision. Besides, CJ continued. Their past main rapper gave us permission to use his lyrics. You don't have to think about it anymore. June looked up, and he felt a tug in his heart when he saw the desperate looks on the guys' faces. Despite being in the last places, they still didn't want to give up. And June was a sucker for that. The youngest among them, Jacob, looked so similar to Minjun that it also softened his heart. Ah, fuck it. With a small sigh, he nodded. Fine, I'll do it. They immediately rejoiced with June's confirmation. Give me the lyrics. June looked at the piece of paper with a blank look on his face. As the main rapper, he'd have 2 full 4-verse rap lines in the middle of the song after the first chorus. He was also in charge of 1 4-line verse in the bridge. The responsibility of the main rapper was quite heavy since all these lines had been left blank by Groovytunes. The other rappers had fewer lines, with the sub-rapper for having only 6 lines in the song, with 2 lines already pre-written. Then, the main vocalist had the first chorus and bridge vocals, while the sub-vocalist one had the second chorus. The third and last chorus will be sung by all members. "Aw, lucky you," CJ said as he passed by June. "You already have a rap verse written. I still have to write 2 lines." Lucky? June was fucking lucky? He'd rather swallow glass than rap these pre-written verses. June read them once more, confirming if what he was reading was real. To be fair, the first verse wasn't too bad. Diamonds on my wrist, and gold on my chain. Countin' all my money, never feelin' pain. Life's a never-ending party, every single night. I'm livin' in the spotlight, everything's so right. However, it didn't really resonate well with the theme that Groovytunes had presented. The pre-written chorus and verses for Tie Me Up is linked to being tied up to a toxic relationship and struggling to break away. The past main rapper just focused on flexing, ignoring the very meaning of the song. And it just became worse after that. Females flocking like sheep, I'm basically Jesus. Rollin' in my cars, money stacking like Beezus. I got that, honey, they are addicted. I like that head, not that kinda of the head, you dirty. First of all, who the fuck is Beezus? And that last line would probably get him kicked out of the show. I flex my money, buy that Rolex. King of the world, I like that face, baby girl. Don't try to suck my money like a leech. I'm the top dog, and you? You're just a buy. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. Alright, that's enough. These lyrics were unusable. June opened his status window and looked at his mission board. He needed to upgrade his rap aspect fast. But the window only showed mission formulation under construction. Please try again later. When was Fu when you needed him? Have you all finished writing your rap verses? Si-hoon asked as the leader of the team. I'm done. CJ exclaimed. We can finally practice our dance. How about you, June? Si-hoon asked. CJ answered for the blank-eyed trainee. Oh, he didn't even write anything. The lyrics are already written for him. Oh, that's good, Si-hoon exclaimed. Let me teach you the dance then. June sighed and stood up, thinking that he couldn't do anything at the moment. He'd never written a rap verse before, and he still wasn't familiar with the beat, rhythm, and overall vibe of the song. Maybe dancing to it would give him some inspiration. Si-hoon, being the main dancer, started teaching them the dance. It was simple enough. Skateboard Ride was definitely more complicated with its big and fast movements. Yet somehow, this song felt more difficult to dance to. The moves were on the more sensual side, with the beat being heavily R&B. The rap parts, too, didn't have fast movements as they focused more on vibing with the song. June clicked his tongue. It had uncomplicated steps, but movements like these really needed one to be skilled in dancing. It was easy to execute, but it was also easy to look bad while executing it. Exhibit A, during the first part, they're acting like their hands are tied, and they're doing 3 full-body waves. June glanced at CJ and saw his stiff body wriggling to the beat. He looked like a leech being sprinkled with salt. The original members looked decent while doing it, with Si-hoon looking the most graceful. However, the 2 new members were in the same situation as CJ. It seemed like dancing wasn't their forte either. Damn, this is easy to follow. CJ exclaimed proudly, causing June to let out a small sigh. Let's not burst his bubble for now. On the positive side, June felt the upgrade in his dance aspect. It seemed as if his body was easier to work with, and movements like waves, pops, and transition changes were natural to do. June just found it hard to embody the song. It felt like he was part of a strip club or something. The chorus moves repeat twice, and for the last chorus, it goes like this, Si-hoon demonstrated, going down to the floor and doing a grind. Woo, sexy. CJ exclaimed while the others looked at the move shyly. June, on the other hand, looked at him with horror. What the hell was that? I still can't get used to it even until now, Jacob, the 18-year-old boy, shyly said. I don't think I can do it, Hesa said, already shaking in his shoes. Si-hoon gave him an encouraging smile. Don't worry. I'll teach you slowly. If it becomes too much, you can tell me, and I'll simplify it for you. Damn, this kid is really kind. Was he a disciple in his past life? It somehow made June sort of ashamed of complaining since they were all doing their best. First things first, feel the music. Let it flow through you and take over your body. It's quite a sexy beat, so you should internalize it. Loosen your lower body, but make sure it's still controlled. Use your upper body strength to hoist you up. Like a push-up? June asked. Exactly. Si-hoon exclaimed. Like a push-up. However, instead of stiffening your body and going down altogether, think of it like a body wave on the floor. He demonstrated it again, and June quickly followed. He did it one more time until he felt the others' gazes on him. Holy! CJ shouted, clinging to him. That was so sexy, bro. How did you do that? June pushed him away and clicked his tongue. I just listened to him, June said, pointing to Si-hoon. He's a good teacher. Si-hoon beamed, feeling touched by his compliment. Let me teach you again. This kid, Si-hoon, is definitely a good kid. June could see that he really wants to become an idol. He's also very patient while teaching the other members, despite them fucking up over and over again. It was already around midnight, and they had just finished getting all of the choreography down. It wasn't perfect, but at least everyone was familiar with the song now. I don't think I've practiced this much in my entire life, CJ exclaimed. All the other teams I joined went to bed before 10 p.m. We can't help it, Si-hoon smiled. We have the most new members, and even during the interim evaluation, we were scolded because of lack of preparation. We didn't even get to prepare a team name by that time. It made me realize how lacking I was as the leader. Jacob pouted. You weren't lacking at all. It's our problem, too. We couldn't keep up with our current skills. Yeah, Siakwa agreed. I like how our team was progressing, though. We already got all the dance moves down. Well, of course, CJ said. I'm the lucky charm of this team. June shook his head in disbelief. CJ has definitely improved a lot, and when they were dancing a while ago, he had gone up to a C+. However, it can't be denied that his movements were still a bit stiff. Then do we have a team name now? June asked. Yeah, Si-hoon smiled. We just established it a while ago before you came. Get latest double CHDRs on nve.lbj/n.c/m. What is it? It's Aglet, CJ responded. June didn't react for a second. What the hell did he just say? Uglet? June asked with a frown. The members chuckled. It's Aglet. Aglet, CJ spelled it out. Aren't you familiar with that word? No, June said, causing the others to gasp and look at him weirdly. June couldn't believe what was happening. Why were they acting like he's the weird one here? Who wants to be named as an Aglet? What even is that? Jacob disappointedly shook his head. You don't watch Phineas and Ferb? Penis and Burp? June asked. Oh my goodness! Si-hoon exclaimed, covering June's mouth. I think it's safe to say that he doesn't know. CJ cracked up as he pointed at June. You're really an old man. You don't even know that cartoon? Cartoons? June wanted to watch them when he was younger. But they never had a TV. Then, in the orphanage, the other kids didn't like it when he watched with them. Before he even knew it, he became a teenager without a childhood. Mei Ling would probably know about it. June tried his very best to give her a normal childhood while he lost his. I never got the opportunity to, June muttered. But it sounds stupid, he said, quickly masking his wistfulness. Should we change it? Si-hoon asked, looking a bit guilty. June sighed. What does it even mean? Si-hoon bit his lip. It sounds pretty childish, but I think it embodies the transformative power of small details. Just as an aglet, the tiny but crucial plastic or metal tip at the end of a shoelace, holds together the entire lace, our team's strength lies in our ability to rise despite being deemed useless. I guess it's pretty stupid. Should we just scrap it? They all looked at June with wide, inquiring eyes. He clicked his tongue and redirected his gaze to the floor. Team Aglet it is, then. June didn't get a wink of sleep last night. There was still a dull ache in his heart, and despite being surrounded by good teammates, he can't help but feel a bit discouraged. He even passed by Team Riser's practice room last night and he felt even stranger. June knew he should think about his rap lyrics, but his mind couldn't concentrate. In the end, he settled with the lyrics he quickly came up with in the back of his mind. He doesn't feel satisfied with it, but he feels that it's the best that he can do. His alarm sounded, but he didn't have the motivation to get up. Jisung went up to him and patted his shoulder. Time to get up, bro, he smiled. He had heard of what happened, and he felt bad for the brother he had admired from the start. Usually, upon waking up, June's stare was blank or annoyed, but this time, he looked a bit lonely. Are you okay? Jisung asked. June sighed and got up. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. I need to head to practice now. He lifelessly went to the bathroom to wash up. Akira and Jisung exchanged perplexed looks. Akira had been coming to their room more often after Hoon had been eliminated. Is he okay? Akira asked. I don't know, Jisung answered. He's not annoyed at his alarm today. Just then Jae-young came to the room after his morning workout, a bit breathless. Akira weirdly looked at him. Did you run here? Jae-young ignored his question and asked, Is June awake now? Before Jisung or Akira could answer, June came out of the bathroom, wearing all black. He made eye contact with Jae-young, but he quickly averted his gaze. Jae-young continued to stare at him with guilt. Good morning? Jae-young warily greeted. Good morning, June also greeted before quietly leaving the room. The sound of the door closing echoed in the small room, causing the other three to freeze. Yeah, he's not okay, Akira said. He actually greeted you today. Good morning, brother. CJ cheerily exclaimed as he wrapped his arm around June's neck in a headlock. CJ always found it fun to mess with June since he was easily annoyed. However, this morning was different. June didn't retaliate at all. In fact, he just accepted CJ's teasing. Morning, June said, staring off into a distance. CJ slowly let go of his neck and stared at his retreating back. That's weird. It didn't take long before all members arrived in the practice room. Unlike June's melancholic self, they all seemed pretty jolly. They're the happiest teammates June has ever had. Despite being on the edge of elimination, they still practiced with smiles on their faces. June didn't want to bring their moods down, so he still did his best despite the strange feeling in his heart. It had just turned 9 a.m. when somebody came into the room. The trainees' eyes widened in surprise when they saw Mentor Bone and another person come in. Get latest double CHDers on NVE, LBJ/N.C/M. June, however, stayed calm, not feeling anything. Sunwai, a K-rapper known for his romantic rapping and rhythmical flow, was a subject of many scandals in the industry. He had put out misogynist, sexist, and even racist comments before, causing his reputation to go down the drain. However, he was like the roach of the industry. With his thick face and a don't-give-a-fuck attitude, he had kept his career until now. All of the groups had a special mentor with them, and when the production crew saw that the Tie Me Up team were comprised of nobodies, they decided to save some money and hire a rapper with a low appearance fee instead. "Good morning, trainees," Mentor Bone greeted. "Good morning, mentors," Si-hoon greeted for the group. "I see that you're practicing your dance quite hard," Bone said. "Yes, mentor," Si-hoon smiled. "We're doing our best despite losing and gaining new members." "Ah, right," Bone said. "This team has the most new members, doesn't it?" "Well, I came here today with Sunwai to look over your performance." Sunwai smugly smirked, still feeling proud that he was contacted by a big show like Rising Stars. "Since I'm a real rapper, I'll evaluate your rap performance first," he said, his tone already unlikable. Si-hoon nodded and led the team into a line. Despite being the main rapper, June stood at the end of the line. The music started, and Si-hoon opened the song. Before this mission, he was originally a dancer/vocalist. Actually, most of them were originally vocalists, but the concept mission forced them out of their usual positions. "Tie me up, tie me down. I'm looking at the ground. What am I doing here again? Can't give up when you're around." As soon as he opened his mouth, Sunwai frowned, his face twisting into an ugly expression. CJ continued with his two-verse line followed by Haesu. "I'm bound by ropes, can't escape. Afraid of this leap of faith. But the ropes are tougher than before. And I'm weak, can't take no more." Taekyung takes the pre-chorus, and even until then, Sunwai was still grimacing. Mentor Bone, on the other hand, had a neutral look on his face, occasionally nodding in approval. To be honest, their lyrics aren't too bad. Their delivery, too, had improved over the course of the practice. They still can't be called as rappers, but they stayed on beat and their words were coherent. For some reason, June didn't feel nervous when his turn came. He just felt numb. "Ties on my wrist makes me scream. Patience bursting through the seams. Can't escape now, there's no use. Light can't turn on, I'm a broken foo." "Stop," Sunwai loudly exclaimed, causing June to halt. "What am I listening to right now?" With one statement, the tension rose in the room. From the start, it was already apparent in Sunwai's face that he didn't like their performance. Bone stopped the music, and they were engulfed with silence. Sunwai, despite being disappointed at all of them, directed his hateful gaze at June. Truthfully, he wasn't a fan of idols, especially idol rappers. However, like the spiteful person he is, he kept up with shows like these just to hate on them. It was his joy in life. In his miserable, miserable life. And deep inside, he must admit, he was jealous of this kid for rising to fame so quickly despite being an individual trainee. 11th place, he asked in an incredulous voice. "You have to be kidding me. How can you be 11th place when you can't rap for shit?" Their eyes widened in surprise when Sunwai cursed. Even Bone raised his eyebrows. "Sir," Si-hoon said in a soft voice, kindly interfering. "June is originally a very talented vocalist, and he just joined us late in the afternoon." "I don't care," Sunwai sighed. "He's a shitty rapper and a shitty performer. Someone like him isn't cut out to be a star." June pursed his lips together as the trashy rapper continued to throw hurtful words at him. "He can't rhyme. He doesn't have a flow. I don't even know why you guys gave him the main rapper position, he continued. I monitor the show from time to time, and it seems like my prejudices are right. Some trainees have high ranks merely because they've got plenty of issues, Sunway smirked. However, they can't even do a simple rap, he scoffed, obviously directing his diss to June. Honestly, I don't even know why this team is working so hard. Look at your ranks, he laughed out loud, spit coming out of his mouth. I heard you were getting cut by half after this mission. I bet none of you besides this shitty rapper will make it. Give up, folks. Just accept the fact that some people are born with it, and some people aren't. No matter how hard you try, you will never get on the level of someone who has innate talent. So, just give up. This performance is over and done with. You have what? 3 days until the performance? You're not going to make it. Sunso, Bone called Sunway by his real name. I think that's enough. Don't stop me, Bongu, Sunway retaliated. These kids need to hear it from me. It seems like they're still hoping to debut and compete with the other teams, but the result is already obvious from the start. Bone sighed and massaged his shoulders. Sunso, undoubtedly, had the foulest mouth in the rap industry, and he wondered why the production crew hired someone like him. Sehun and his other teammates looked down at the ground, feeling quite disheartened by the rapper's comments. When they thought it wouldn't get any worse, Sunway stood from his seat and paced back and forth before them. I can't believe a song by Groovy Tunes is being performed by people under the 40th rank. Don't you find it shameful? He cackled. Then, he settled in front of June, his smirk widening. And June, huh? The guy involved in those 2 scandals then got stabbed? June let out a deep breath as Sunway walked even closer to him. Why don't you give your teammates a talk, huh? They're not going to make it. So, ask them to stop trying so hard. In the end, you won't succeed since you're just not talented enough. The trashy rapper expected him to look away, but June held his gaze, a fiery expression seen behind his eyes. Are you speaking from experience, sir? June asked, finally having enough. He's had a shitty week. He's been stabbed. Then, he got kicked out of the song that he actually enjoyed performing. And now, this dude was speaking down on him and his teammates? At first, he could tolerate the insults directed at him. June's been immune to such responses since he was born. However, having Sunway look down on these kids who had worked so hard for their performance sent him on edge. What? Sunway snapped. You're speaking so well on the topic. The only explanation I can think of is because you know the feeling very well. It's quite hard trying to stay relevant when your only talent is to diss others, am I right? Sunway's ears became red, and smoke could practically be seen coming out of his nostrils. You little shit, Sunway was about to punch June, but Bone held onto his wrist. I think that's enough, Bone said, restraining Sunway, who was still struggling in his arms. Let me have my way with this cocky kid. Sunway screamed, but Bone dragged him out of the room. Practice hard, okay? I'll be the one to evaluate you before the actual performance. Bone called out as he closed the door. Once the 2 artists were gone, the team was engulfed in silence. As much as they wanted to deny it, Sunway's words hit them harder than they expected. Hey, it's okay, CJ said, trying to cheer them up. However, it was evident in his voice that he also felt hurt. We're okay. We're just a new team, that's all. Yeah, Jacob smiled, fiddling with his fingers as tears glistened in his eyes. My mom told me I was doing well. She's always worried whether I'm doing okay, and I want to show her my progress with this performance. All new chapters nnv.bin.com Taekyung sniffed as he wiped his nose. I was really sad when I got kicked out of the team, and I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. But you guys stayed up late with me and taught me well. I'm really glad I'm on this team. I wish they'd be kinder to us, he sadly smiled. We just created this team, after all. June listened to their intentions one by one, his heart squeezing in pain. Fuck. He's really gotten weird these days. These kids were being fed well by their parents. They can pursue the dream that they want, but why does June feel so sad for them? With a sigh, he started walking to the door. Bro? CJ called out, trying to hold onto his shoulder. However, June quickly evaded his touch and left briskly. His teammates called his name, but he needed some time to think. He bumped into Team Risers on the way, and they looked at him with pity. Zeth even tried to call out for him, but June ignored them, continuing his way. June only stopped when he reached a familiar staircase. He sat down and focused his gaze on the ground, breathing deeply as he tried to forget the ache in his chest. Shit, he cursed, placing his hand over his heart. June was hurting. He wanted to deny it at first since he's always been strong. June's parents had passed away when he was just a child, leaving him to fend for himself and Mei Ling. He had never known the comfort of a normal childhood, and the pain of that loss was instilled into his very being. But he bore it all, never letting a tear escape his eyes. When he lost his life, he grieved silently, never letting anyone see the depth of his sorrow. He had become a master at concealing his emotions, a fortress of strength in the face of life's relentless trials. Even during the grueling competition, he had brushed off inconveniences that would have sent others into fits of frustration. June endured it all. But now, as he sat alone in the quiet stillness of the staircase, June felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was as if all the pain and suffering he had endured over the years had finally caught up to him. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with tension, and he couldn't help but ask himself, why is it always me? June was still deep in his thought when he heard footsteps nearing him. He lifted his head and saw Si-hoon looking at him with a sad smile. Does this dude never stop smiling? You okay? Si-hoon asked, sitting next to him. June let out a deep breath before straightening his posture. I'm fine, he grumbled. You're not, Si-hoon said. I can see it in your eyes. I've noticed it since morning. You can talk to me if you want. There's nothing to talk about, June said. I'm just in a weird mood. It'll probably go away later. Truthfully, June just wanted to give up. June got mad since Sunwhite was spouting hurtful nonsense, yet deep inside his mind, he knew that Sunwhite had a point. June wasn't born to be a star. He didn't want to become one in the first place. But he's working hard for this, for Mei Ling. In the end, he wonders if his hard work would be enough. There it is again, Si-hoon said, poking June's shoulder. That sad look in your eyes. June scoffed, ignoring Si-hoon's statement, before glancing at Si-hoon. You're not okay too. Why do you smile all the time? Because it's the only thing I have, my smile. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. June shook his head in disbelief. This is my last chance, Si-hoon suddenly said, causing June to frown. You're still young, June said. You still have a chance. I'm 25 now, Si-hoon continued. That isn't young when you're trying to become an idol. I started quite late, and it's already been 4 years since I became a trainee. My family isn't well off, and I believe my parents are also getting tired of supporting me even when they don't show it. So, if I don't make it here, I'm thinking of going to the military already. What Sunwhite said was true, he sighed, leaning against the railings. With our ranks, it's very likely that we aren't going to debut. Then, why are you still holding on? June asked. June asked the question to Sihoon, but at the same time, it felt like he was asking himself, too. Aside from Mei Ling, what was he doing this for? There's no particular reason, Sihoon responded. It's a part of my life already. I've come this far, and I need to see the end of it. Am I doing this for my own satisfaction? For my family? I honestly don't know. But do I need to have a reason for doing what I want to do? Do I need to have a reason? Those words resonated with June. Aside from Mei Ling, he doesn't have any other reason to continue doing this. And for the past few days, he's been questioning if all of this was actually worth it. But speaking with this optimism-filled trainee actually comforted him a bit. He doesn't need to have a reason. He's already in the situation. This is his reality. What June can do is make the most of it. Of course, there are times when I just want to give up, Sihoon continued. But seeing our members' faces boosted my spirits up. I'm not the only one working hard for this. Their dreams are at stake too, so I have to do my best. June felt a shift in his mood. He suddenly felt more annoyed at everything around him, and he found himself sighing in annoyance without any reason. A smirk appeared on his lips. June was back. Sihoon hadn't noticed the change in his demeanor, so he continued talking. This life, it's something I cannot escape. But at the same time, it feels like I don't want to escape it anymore, he chuckled, feeling a bit ridiculous. June paused as he internalized his words. Don't want to escape anymore? June muttered. Huh? Sihoon asked, looking back at June. He was surprised when he saw that June's eyes had reverted back to his original gaze. Hey, June said. Do you guys want to change our concept? What do you mean? Sihoon asked. Let's be masochists. Bro! CJ screamed, his eyes puffy, as he ran toward June. June clicked his tongue and pushed him away before CJ could hug him. CJ's eyes brightened in delight as he looked at June's annoyed expression. You're back, he exclaimed. June clicked his tongue. You're noisy. Stop screaming. Their other members chuckled as they watched their banter. Are you all right now? Jacob asked, still with teary eyes. June clicked his tongue and ruffled the teenager's hair. I'm fine. Just had to think for a bit. We're here for you, bro, CJ widely smiled while giving him 2 thumbs up. Speaking of thoughts, Sihoon interrupted. June has come up with our concept, guys. I think it's also a really good idea. Oh goodness. That's good news. We've been thinking of a concept for our lyrics for the past few weeks, but can never settle on one. In the end, we decided to go with a toxic love and how we want to break away, Siakwa said. We're still going with the toxic love concept, June said. But before all of this, I need to make sure that you guys are amenable to changing your lyrics. It's fine, Sihoon said. I can do it today. Me too, CJ said. I only need to write 2 lines anyway. Me too, Siakwa and Jacob said in unison. Good, June smirked. Have you guys experienced a toxic love before? They looked away from June, sheepish expressions on their faces. I have! CJ exclaimed. I bought her expensive jewelry, but she sold it to a pawn shop and used it to date a more handsome guy. His members looked at him like he was crazy. Should you be sharing that? Taekyung asked in horror. CJ shrugged. June sighed. Well, I think most of us hadn't experienced such love before, and that's the reason why our lyrics are mediocre. However, I'm sure we've experienced the pressure of being idol trainees and how, sometimes, we just want to escape, June continued. This song's perspective, at first listen, does sound like it's talking about wanting to break free from a toxic relationship. But the pre-written lyrics are actually open for other interpretations, and maybe we could relate to it more if we start speaking of our toxic relationships with our training. Then, we're going to talk about wanting to break free from being trainees instead? Jacob asked. We could, June said. But it would be predictable. What if we don't want to break away, he continued. What if we want to hurt ourselves more, like masochists? Holy shit! You're a genius. June continued to explain the concept he thought of. Of course, the lyrics aren't enough, he said. We have to focus on our delivery too. Jacob sighed, knowing that the team was lacking in rap skills. It's just so hard since most of us are vocalists. Si-hoon nodded in agreement. I can say we've improved a lot. However, we don't have the natural rapper tone that most of the top-ranked trainees have. CJ leaned against the mirror, sighing in disappointment. Can we even beat them with our current skills? Indeed, trainees like Jaeyoung, Casper, and Zeth had already built their own sound, and competing with A-tiers like them will be very difficult. Maybe we can't beat them in skill, June realistically said. But we can definitely beat them with something else. The others listened attentively. I've been with both teams, and I can say that the members of Team Riser definitely have more natural talent. However, there's something in our team that surpasses theirs. Is that even possible? Haisa shyly asked. Yes, June responded. With our emotion. I can say that we're more desperate than them. Even before joining this team, I had heard that you were hopeless, June started, making the original members direct their gazes to the ground. But as I've joined this team, I realized that they were wrong. They lifted their heads up. This team works harder than anyone else. The circumstances aren't favorable for us, but we've made it this far. I know we can make it even further. So, while you're practicing your rap verses tonight, I want you to think of the people who undermined this team, of the people who kicked you out, of Sunwhite who told you to give up. June smirked when he saw the determined gazes of his teammates. He knew he had said the right words once more. And besides, we're going to bring in something that will symbolize that desperation, he added. Damn, you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeves, don't you? CJ chimed. What is it? June meaningfully smirked as he looked into their determined eyes one by one. If they want something sexy, then they're going to give them what they want, and probably more. Let's take this BDSM thing seriously. Explore new ovals on nvelby.com. In the dark, shared room, there sat a handsome guy on the bottom bunk bed. The clock struck 12, yet his eyes were still wide open. The only light source in the room was his shitty phone, illuminating the small smirk on his face. With squinted eyes, he read the lyric sheet, muttering the words under his breath. It's done, he whispered, feeling quite satisfied with himself. Team Aglet polished their concept and danced this afternoon and agreed to finish writing their respective lyrics by tomorrow. June had the most lines to write, and it took him a while before he got some inspiration. But after thinking about that ugly-ass Sunwhite's face, he suddenly had the urge to prove him wrong. Moreover, his time at the gang and how it became his home despite wanting to escape inspired the lyrics he had written. June didn't want to boast, but he thinks it's pretty damn good. However, even after his lyrics were written, he couldn't stay still. No matter how good his lyrics are, if his delivery is shitty, then it's going to become shitty lyrics. With that, he silently sat up from his bed and left the room. Then, he proceeded to go to his peaceful space, the staircase. June sat down and brought out his phone and lyric sheet. Then, he started rapping the lyrics while recording his voice. June had spent his entire evening listening to rap songs, and now, he could set good rappers and bad rappers apart. As he finished with his verses, he played the recording back, and he couldn't help but grimace in disgust. "I sound like shit," he muttered, frustrated. He didn't have a good flow. His voice lacked power, and it felt like he was catching his breath during the latter parts of the verses. Well, it was expected for a trainee who only has a D in his rap skills. If he knew things were going to turn out like this, then he should have upgraded his rap aspect first. However, it was already too late. If only there was a way to upgrade his rap skills to at least a B, then he could pull off being the main rapper of their team. A mission is waiting for you. Missions have now been reset. June peered at the status window before him with wide eyes. "Phoo," he grumbled. "Why are you appearing only now? I have a special mission for our lovely host. This is your opportunity for a mega upgrade." June scoffed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "I bet there's a catch, Phoo. Just get to it. I know you're listening to my thoughts. Mission title, Consolidation Mission. Combine two of your aspects into one. You can carry over your grade from one aspect to another. However, the chosen aspect to extract upgrades from shall disappear afterward. It will not come back after the mission has been accepted and accomplished. This is a special mission for the host. Therefore, he must accept the mission before it is announced. You shall be given 48 hours to accomplish the mission. Do you accept? Consolidation? This was too good to be true. If what Fu is saying is indeed real, then he could carry over his grade from charm and add it to his rap aspect. Up until now, he still doesn't know what charm entails. He doesn't even think it's a skill. So, he wouldn't mind having it disappear from his status window. "I accept," June said. Duly noted. The host has accepted the mission. Failure to accomplish the mission within the given time frame entails regression of 1 grade for all skill aspects. What? June exclaimed. It has usually been one aspect only. June wanted to complain but knew he couldn't do anything about it. Your mission is, get a headshot. Have your photos taken by Choi Pablo. Choi Pablo? June had never heard of that name. Fu's missions were becoming more specific as time progressed. It's like he doesn't want June to improve his skills after all. What are you thinking about? Si-hoon asked as he sat next to him. They were currently taking a break after endlessly practicing their song. They started practicing at 5 a.m. today since they didn't have much time. Tomorrow night will be the performance, so they had only one more day to finish polishing their performance. All of them had finished writing their lyrics, too, and it seemed like his teammates had gained newfound confidence after their concept changed. June also found that they were improving drastically. He doesn't know if it was brought by pure desperation, but aside from June's rapping skills, their performance was almost complete. Have you gotten a headshot taken before? June asked, opening the topic. The other members gathered around them in curiosity. Headshots? Si-hoon asked. Of course, I have. It's an unofficial prerequisite to becoming an idol. If you don't have a headshot these days, then you practically can't enter entertainment companies. CJ smirked and brought out his phone, showing them the photos he had taken in an overpriced studio in Seoul. Look at this. Aren't I hella handsome? June looked at the photos with a blank expression. His pictures were overly edited. His eyes were too big, and his chin was a bit too sharp. Seeing CJ in real life felt like watching those mukbang videos where the filter suddenly turns off while they were eating. "Oh wow, they're good," Sihoon said with a smile and a thumbs up. June shook his head. "You look like an alien." CJ raised his eyebrows in surprise. "An alien? You must be blind, brother. These are the best pictures I have. And you're one to talk. I bet you don't have any headshots at all." Jacob's eyes widened when June didn't respond. "You haven't done a photo shoot at all?" June pursed his lips. "Not as I remember." It seems like Choi Jun-ho never liked getting his photos taken. It was evident by the lack of photos stored in his phone. "Right, you're an individual trainee now," CJ said. "But it wouldn't hurt to have your headshots taken. Like Sihoon said, idols need those these days. It's what entertainment companies send to other enterprises so they can catch brand deals and the like." June nodded. "Then, do you know Choi Pablo?" CJ frowned. "You don't know who Choi Pablo is?" "No," June honestly said. CJ clicked his tongue. "I'm not even surprised at this point. You barely know about important people. But you know a lot about useless things." "Is he important?" June asked. "Important? He's the most famous photographer for celebrities," he exclaimed. "He's only in his late 20s, but he's already made such a big impact on the world of celebrities." "What makes him so special?" "Choi Pablo only photographs people he wants to photograph," Sihoon answered. "I heard that the members of Chaos wanted to get their photographs taken by him, but he refused." "Really?" Haesu asked with wide eyes. "But that's Chaos we're talking about. They're the hottest boy band right now." Sihoon shrugged. "Like I said, he doesn't really photograph people based on their fame, but based on his gut feeling. A lot of people tried booking him, but he refused a lot of them. But get this," CJ added. "All the people he photographed became even more famous than before. From Bong Yu, G Dinosaur, Bae Sweem, and Chaeun Bu, those are just a few names under Choi Pablo's name." Taekyung sighed and shook his head. "Being photographed by him will be impossible for people like us. I bet we need to be born again before we accomplish such a task." June placed his hand under his chin. "Then, do you know where Choi Pablo is?" he asked. CJ laughed out loud. "Why? Are you going to pay him a visit?" June didn't answer, causing CJ to stop laughing. "Wait, you're serious?" June clicked his tongue. "Just answer the question." "Well, his studio is located somewhere in Itaewon. It's called Pablo. But if I were you, I wouldn't even waste my time," CJ advised. "He's definitely not taking any clients at this time." June sighed. It's not like he wanted to meet this Choi Pablo dude. He needed to meet him. It's the only way he can upgrade his rap skills to the B tier. "Hey," June said, looking at the clock. It was still early in the morning since they started practicing at dawn. "Do you mind if I step out a bit? I'll be back this afternoon." "What?" Sihoon asked. "Tomorrow evening is the performance, though. We still need to polish everything for our performance. And we haven't gone over everything with our rap yet." "Continue practicing," June instructed. "I'll catch up in the evening." CJ frowned. "It's not like the production crew will allow you to leave. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. "They will," June said. "Where are you even going?" "To Choi Pablo. To the hospital. My incision has reopened." June knew that his teammates and the production crew wouldn't be able to deny his request to leave once he mentioned his stab wound. So now, he was roaming the streets of Itaewon and looking for the photo studio named Pablo. June was wearing a black mask and bucket hat since he didn't want to risk the chance of getting recognized. After the last elimination, he had even more people coming up to him. Fortunately, June didn't have to look long and hard since the white building with the equally white signage that spelled out Pablo was easy to point out. Without hesitation, he walked to the white building, determined to get his photos taken by the legendary photographer. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a short woman with short black hair and short bangs. She was chewing her gum while filing her short black nails. She was wearing all black too. Everything about her seemed short. However, her gaze could be likened to a giant. She looked at June with raised eyebrows before pointing to the door. "We don't accept walk-in clients." "I made an appointment," June bluffed. She raised her eyebrows. "Oh, I'm sorry. It seems like I haven't made it clear enough." She looked him dead in the eyes before smirking. "We don't accept clients like you here." Well, that's all for this part, truckers. See you all in the next video.